time to wave goodbye to his brother and meet up with Lewis at Mayfield's recreation ground. Again, that's within the general area of Uckfield, East Sussex. From here, it was good vibes. The pair shared a laugh, spoke about their dreams of making it big one day on YouTube, and ultimately got wasted. Well, we know that at least Mark did anyway. All good things must come to an end though, and for the boys, it was time to go home. However, only one of them would make it. Mark only ever wanted a friend, someone he could laugh, joke, and have fun with. He struggled to make friends growing up. He was too trusting, innocent, and always believed the best in people. It's how Mark's mother Lena described him. Many others would give similar testimony about his character. We don't know much about Mark's early life because that information just isn't available. But we do know that he did have at least one ambition in life, and that was to make it on YouTube.
Hi guys. Hi guys. Hi guys.
You right guys? We're up on the roof. There comes the procession.
With the rise of Ali Law, Ryan Taylor and others in the later half of the 2010s, going viral for climbing buildings, sneaking into water parks overnight, and getting into it with security guards, it's to no surprise that it influenced a whole new generation of youngsters looking to make it on YouTube, and Mark Williams was no different. Some of his earlier YouTube videos have since been deleted, but it's thought that he started his parkour YouTube channel, Rooftop Legends, around January 2018. The oldest video on the channel dates back to May 14th, 2019, where he, along with his younger brother, escaped from security guards under the channel's second name, RoofTube.
Okay. Can't legally touch me.
Where are you going?
To find my brother.
Okay. Police are on the way already now.
Yeah, they'll catch me then, won't they?
32 Grenville Street.
By mid-2019, Mark's brother stepped away from the channel and RoofTube was rebranded to its final form, Displace. Mark wanted to give it one last go at trying to make it on the platform. But after dropping just 5 videos in October of 2019, 3 in November of the same year,
I applied to be a PCSO for some reason and I got rejected, so now, you know, I'm coming back full on. Properly coming back. Right. I'll see you guys.
To cut a long story short, Mark would go through phases on YouTube. He'd be active for a few months, then he'd stop posting, but he would always seem to make a return at some point in the hopes of making his childhood dream come true. During his November 2020 comeback, Mark had finally seemed to pick up some traction, at least within his local area anyway. You see, he had been running into trouble with the police while making his YouTube videos, which led to people sharing them within local community groups on the likes of Facebook. He was now a somewhat local celebrity, whether that be for the right or wrong reasons. Although most couldn't see the vision and looked at Mark as a troublemaker, there were a few people who began to follow his journey. Heck, they even wanted to be a part of it. Enters Lewis Ashdown.
Hi guys, I'm back here with Lewis. And we're going to do the water treatment facility in Uckfield on the industrial estate. We've just had to take a detour around the station car park because of this testing going on. And we couldn't walk through it. So yeah, let's hope it was worth it. Yeah, I hope so too. See you in a sec, guys.
Reports say that Lewis had commented on one of Mark's YouTube videos, asking to see if he could tag along. The comment in question isn't on any of the active videos though, meaning that the video has more than likely been deleted. Lewis would go on to feature in 2 videos during the November return: Police Escape at Uckfield College Demolition Site, and We Got Caught, Uckfield Water Treatment Plant. And so it looked then as if Mark had finally found that friend he was looking for, Lewis. He was going to be by Mark's side on this YouTube journey, the new Ryan Taylor and Ali Law. Lewis was going to be that person to help create more content. They were ready to take over the platform. However, ladies and gentlemen, even after a successful return in November, it wouldn't be enough for Mark to continue to post. And by the following month, all operations completely shut down. In March of 2021, Mark went live on YouTube. In this update, he goes on to tell his viewers that he'd been missing for a while because he'd been trying to get a security badge and wasn't too sure of what to do with his YouTube channel. You could see his head was in two places. On the one hand, he had a real good opportunity to gain some employment within the security sector, and on the other was that little boy telling him to go and chase that dream.
Into that, I've been doing some talking with Lewis. He's seeming like he wants to get back into climbing and stuff. I haven't actually done it since Christmas, and I've got a bad back. It's been getting worse and worse lately. Don't know why. I need to go to the hospital and have myself checked out. I am not sure where my channel is going to go. I don't know if I'm going to keep doing these videos. I don't know if I'm going to be doing different videos or whether I'm going to stop completely. At this point in time, I don't know. I've been trained to get my SIA license over the past couple of weeks, and I can't really risk that, but I'm not sure at the moment. I need to talk with Lewis some more, work something out. I know I do want to stay, you know, I love doing this shit, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna have to grow the fuck up because, you know, I can keep doing this. I mean, Ali Law still does it. He's in his 20s, he's doing good for himself, you know, good for him, but I'm hardly an athlete. I'm hardly a pro at this kind of thing. I have to face reality, especially with my back getting worse. I can barely run anymore. But I'm training for my SIA. Yeah, that'll be good when I'm security, but ultimately I wish I could have made my life out of this channel. It was a childhood dream, but it doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere.
It isn't clear if Mark ever picked up work after this live stream, but we do know that he decided to give YouTube another shot. And it was all thanks to Lewis, believe it or not. Lewis had been in that live stream chatting along with others, encouraging Mark to come back to YouTube, telling him to not give up on his dream. Woody Buxted Hotel, first video back. 10 days later, the pair headed over to the hotel, ready to shoot another video.
Hi guys, I am with Lewis. Having a little drink before we go and hit Buxted Park Hotel. Yeah, we want this to be a mad video. We're going to do a couple more bangers. Can't tell you what they are in case anyone's watching that shouldn't be watching.
Who's watching?
Well, no, I mean watching the videos. Yeah, I know that the police do watch my channel sometimes. I can't really say where we're going because then it'll just fuck the video up when we go to do it. So, yeah, so we'll smash this one and well, after we smash these.
Amex Part 2. That could be one. There you go. Amex Part 2 coming soon.
Yeah, all right. Okay, so we'll smash this after we smash these. Yeah.
On the 21st of April 2021, Mark Williams posted his final video on YouTube. It was a classic climb in Eastbourne. This time around, it was never his intention not to return to YouTube. The opportunity would be taken away from him by someone he would have never have expected. And it all started with a text message exchange around a month after the final video was uploaded. On the evening of May 29th, 2021, Mark Williams and Lewis Ashdown arranged to meet up in Uckfield for some drinks. The weather was decent, it was to be good vibes. Both parties would make their way to the chosen location, but when Lewis discovered that Mark's brother was tagging along, he didn't feel comfortable as he was underage. So he never turned up and told Mark he would meet him later. Completely understandable. Mark didn't not want to have drinks with his brother though, so he decided he'd have a few drinks, wait for Lewis to send the okay to meet back up, and then leave. That text would fly through a short while later, and Mayfield's recreation ground was the new place to meet. When he arrived, the two got to drinking, and by the end of the night, Mark was completely wasted. Lewis had kept handing him cups of whiskey and coke, but said no alcohol was in his cup. After an eventful evening, the pair decided it was time to head home. As they got to this wooded area on Perryman's Lane, roughly 3 miles away from the recreation ground, Mark would get on the phone to his aunt, as you know, and told her he'd be back home soon. Lewis had even reassured her that he would make it back. Urgent plea to find Uckfield teenagers missing from home since night out together. Mark Williams and Lewis Ashdown were out together at Maresfield Recreation Ground on Saturday night, but have not returned home since. It's thought they left to go their separate ways on Saturday evening. Mark called his family at 11:30 p.m. to say he was walking home, but he did not arrive. Lewis was last seen in Chapel Green in Crowborough at around 11 a.m. yesterday, Sunday, May 30th, but has also not returned home. By Sunday the 30th of May 2021, family, friends and the Sussex police were out in force hunting for the boys. They hadn't returned home. However, there was a breakthrough in the police investigation over the next few hours. Lewis would be captured on CCTV some 12 hours after that call to Mark's aunt. He was spotted near a park in the small town of Crowborough, located 10 miles away from Uckfield. Even though there was this breakthrough in the case, neither of the boys were physically located at that moment in time. However, that was all due to change when Lewis finally returned home the following day, May 31st. But Mark, he was still missing. We don't have much information surrounding the moment Lewis returned other than a small statement from his mother. Nothing was unusual or wrong when Lewis returned home. When police were notified that Lewis had come back, they would attend his address, more than likely wanting to speak to him about Mark's whereabouts, although it isn't clear if he was even there when they arrived. When they did turn up though, we do know that they searched his bedroom, and here they would make a discovery that was about to turn this missing persons investigation on its head. A search of his home address found blooded clothing hidden in a wardrobe. Fast Time Forensics found the blood belonged to Mark, and a murder investigation was launched. Police were now on the hunt for a killer. On the evening of June 1st, 2021, Lewis was tracked down to a friend's home in Eastbourne, roughly 20 miles away from his home address, and he was subsequently arrested for the murder of Mark Williams, even though at that point his body hadn't been located. While police were at this address, Lewis's friend gave a chilling confession to the police. Me and Lewis were getting drunk on Jack Daniels. Out of nowhere, he told me that he murdered Mark and showed me some videos of him doing it. He told me that he took a knife out with him from his mum's home and that Mark had started to annoy him, so it just felt right to start stabbing him. Mark had begged him for help and had begged him to get an ambulance, but he just carried on stabbing him because he wanted him to shut up. All he wanted to do was kill. He said he felt good about it and Mark deserved it. He said Mark deserved to die. He thought about killing Mark before and wanted to do it. It was horrific. He said he was glad that he'd done this. When he showed me the videos, he was laughing. I saw him rip Mark's eyes out, proper psychotic stuff. I was going into shock. I was shocked how he came out with it. I wanted to run and tell someone. Mark would crouch down to vomit just after he got off the phone with his aunt. Again, this would be in the area of Perryman's Lane. Out of nowhere, Lewis would come up from behind him and stab him in his back. Mark would beg Lewis to stop and call him an ambulance, but he refused. Instead, he took his phone out and started to record himself stabbing Mark. Several videos were recorded. Combined, they were nearly an hour in length. He had stabbed Mark 107 times in the face, eyes, neck, head, back, genitals, chest and right leg, before proceeding to take his eyes out of his head. Once he had successfully killed him, Lewis took Mark's trousers and underwear off, carried him over to a body of water within the woods, and threw him in there. When Lewis was brought in for questioning, he denied knowing what happened to Mark and stated he didn't know where he was. Reports don't say how Mark was eventually found, but given the fact it was after Lewis was arrested, it was more than likely the result of some sort of information from Lewis, whether intentional or not. I mean, they did seize Lewis's phone after all. The police would go on to charge him with murder and possession of an offensive weapon shortly after his arrest. He wouldn't be taking this one to trial. In October of 2021, Lewis Ashdown would enter a guilty plea over Mark's murder. He would never give an official explanation as to why he murdered him. The public would find out some additional information during the sentencing hearing in reference to Lewis's steps after the murder. On the 31st of May 2021, as you know, he would return to his mother's home. The following day, June 1st, he went out to play football with friends, took a trip to the cinema to watch The Conjuring 3, The Devil Made Me Do It, a horror movie in where a killer brutally stabs someone to death while allegedly in the grips of demonic possession. Then him and his friend had a drink. He confessed to the murder and was arrested in the evening. The sentencing hearing also heard that police had the near hour-long footage of Mark's murder as evidence. However, it wouldn't be played due to the graphic nature of the content. After the hearing, the judge would hand Lewis a life sentence with the minimum term of 27 years.
Yo guys, we were just about to get to the place we're going, and shoes and shit in there. I wonder if there's a dead body nearby.
It's weird, isn't it?
And so long-time viewers of the channel will know that I covered this story when the sentencing hearing happened back in October of 2021. Now, for those of you wondering why I decided to cover it again, it's because some of Mark's viewers had sent me over his channel not too long after I dropped that video. I tried to find it originally, but my research failed me. I didn't instantly want to remake the video as I wanted some time to pass to tell his relatively unknown story to a bigger audience. I feel the YouTube clips, Mark's interactions with Lewis, really help tell this story and what was going on leading up to the murder. You see, in the United Kingdom, if someone pleads guilty in a case, like Lewis did in this one, you don't really get much in-depth information about a case, and so by adding this extra content, again, it really helps to tell this story.
But yeah, if you're going exploring at an abandoned pub, yeah, keep your mate with you. Make sure he's someone you can trust, you know, and be careful is all I can say. Because in the video where me and Lewis climbed the college, you know, I was constantly looking out for him because he did get dangerously close to some of the edges. But you know, that's what life's about, isn't it? Living on the edge.
Looksmaxing, mogging, bone smashing, mewing. What do all of these words mean? I've heard them thousands of times in various meme contexts, but didn't know where they came from. That is until researching the subject of today's video, James Sapphire. What I thought would be a simple story of a man doing anything he could to look better and it going horribly wrong ended up being a rabbit hole of incel forums, internet terminology, and gaslighting. Because while this video may be about James and his bone-smashing endeavors, it's also going to be about the wider looks-maxing community, an online community dedicated to doing almost anything necessary to look more attractive. And I think there is no better place to start than with James' story, one of a struggling kid who is gaslit by the internet. James was born in Dallas, Texas in the early 2000s. His mother is an adult film star, drug addict, currently homeless, as well as mentally unstable. James's father would sadly pass away in his military service, and with the condition of his mother, he was sent to live with extended relatives. And things would be relatively normal for James until around the age of 14, when one of his fellow classmates called him a pretty boy. Unsure of what this meant, young James looked it up and was eventually led to a looks-maxing site. There are a couple of these looks-maxing sites, and they are forums for looks-maxing. Some of the users have intentions of helping people improve themselves, but like almost every other forum, they are filled with trolls. James, who was 14 years old and unsure about himself and the world, would seek the advice of these forum users on his appearance and how he could improve it. James described himself as popular during the start of high school. He would receive attention from girls and get invited to parties, but after falling down the rabbit hole of looks-maxing, it was all over for him. Trollsome forum users began to gaslight James into believing that he was ugly, telling him that he would need extensive cosmetic surgery as well as steroids to ever appear normal. He would spend a lot of time browsing these forums looking for new ways to increase his attractiveness, as well as absorbing the internet forums culture. He would develop a hate towards women and towards people of other races that would show as time went on. I want to make it very clear that during all of this, James was a mere child and was being influenced by trolls across the internet to do so many horrible things. A prime example of this would be the transition of his now deleted TikTok page, which started with typical dancing videos and slowly morphed into looks-maxing shit posts. And when some of his fellow classmates caught wind of his antics, they weren't too happy. They began to extort and threaten James, causing him to drop out of high school and never return. After dropping out, James would put all of his attention into social media and the production of his own music. Before things started to get very bad for James, he made a song called Together about his dream girl. The pop song produced by James became pretty popular on TikTok as a soundbite, as the lyrics were considered cringe by the wide majority of the public. As time went on, James fell deeper and deeper into these forum websites and the behavior that came with them. James became a very big troll, which is why it's hard to piece together exactly what the truth is behind him. He has made a lot of conflicting statements just for the meme, and I base a wide majority of the things that I say about him on recent statements he has made after becoming clean and taking a step away from the black-pilled community. He was abusing a wide variety of substances from amphetamines to steroids, all in an attempt to looks-max, and at the advice of trolls on this forum website, claiming years later to be in full-blown psychosis around these times. Even though James wasn't eating much because of the substances, he still believed himself to be overweight, leading him to develop anorexia. It was widely speculated that James was abusing facial surgeries because of his unusual appearance at the time, but this was not the case, as it was just a mixture of these substances and anorexia, which were taking a brutal toll on both his mind and body. A window into his mindset would be the music that he would release around this time, being his second viral TikTok sound. The song would be called Black Pilled Curse, and I believe it jump-started all of the craze behind the these terms being used in memes. Things like mewing, the act of holding your tongue to the roof of your mouth to improve jawline structure, or mogging, the process of intimidating someone just by looking more attractive than them. James took these terms that were used by the wider looks-maxing community and shot them right into the veins of TikTok. I would be personally lying if I didn't say Black Pilled Curse is a hilarious song, but knowing the context behind what James was doing at the time makes it just a little darker. James would continue to make harmful decisions, continue to be trolled, and continue to go on unhinged rants across various forums and social media profiles. That is until he overdosed and was admitted to a state mandatory rehab facility. While James still has suffered from some struggles, it has been leaps and bounds over what he once was. Today, James completely renounces the looks-maxing community, proclaiming himself proudly to be blue-pilled, and now seemingly understanding how he was manipulated as a child to do all of these things. He would still be active on TikTok from time to time, but the videos were simple, having nothing to do with looks-maxing. We wouldn't hear much from James until February 2024, when he would make a lengthy video explaining the truth behind what had happened all those years ago. It was in response to a YouTube video that had been made about him by a creator that had had previous prejudice. The creator had privately DM'd James, saying things like they were going to use the video to paint him like a racist incel, making a number of fabricated claims about James, knowingly doing so. This prompted James to make one of his longest videos to date at around 40 minutes, where he clears up the misconceptions about him and shares his side of the story, speaking on a number of things, from his time in the looks-maxing community to his current relationship with his mother.
I hate to be making a video like this under these circumstances, but I know deep down it's the right thing to do for myself, others, and just for everyone's sake and the whole situation. It came to light of me recently that some people have been making videos about me, and I'm just here to address all that and clear some stuff up because it's gotten quite out of hand. And yeah, if you've seen the other video, you'll see that he purposely made that to make me out to be a quote-unquote racist, shit-eating psychopath, I believe, which is not who I am at all, and that is not who I want to be. And most of that stuff was, how do I say it? Unfortunately, there were some truths to the matter regarding a lot of these videos, but it was mostly a lot of lies, and I'm here to debunk this. First off, I didn't eat my shit. That's fucking weird and gross. I shower. I'd never drank my piss. It was literally fucking Ben & Jerry's and Minute Maid lemonade, and I don't know. It's very odd to me looking at this community and this side of the internet. It seems like these people can't quite grasp this, like, the concept of what satire is and irony. You know, what started as a whole fucking joke, dude, it evolved into something that took over most of my life, and I've really dedicated the past year to changing that and trying to fix that. I've been in and out of mental health facilities. I've had to go through like 4 different therapists and psychiatrists and all that stuff, dude. Like, I'm just gonna be completely honest with you guys. My mom, my biological mother, gave me crystal methamphetamine. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but it's a stimulant, and yeah, it's like the king of amphetamines, and I went into like pretty severe psychosis. I was like seeing demons, and I remember going to plastic surgery clinics with her when I was a little kid, and she always told me that my ears were misshapen, and that my nose wasn't going to be small further and I was gonna have to get surgery and other stuff, dude. Like, she severely impacted my self-image and perception about myself. But yeah, this is me, dude. I didn't get no surgery. I'm a normal guy. Made some bad choices, had some bad people affect me, but it's over with now. They can't hurt me anymore.
One of James's major contentions with the video is the fact that the creator claimed he had received massive amounts of facial surgery. James claims that this is not the case, as he was just abusing steroids as well as having a severe case of anorexia and a drug habit. All of these things compounded resulted in his appearance at the time, and now that he practices almost none of these things, he has gone back to his more healthy appearance. James would also discuss the text messages that he had received from that creator, talking about how they were going to use the video to paint him in a negative light. He would also discuss the psychosis that he was suffering from at the time. James was in his late teens and he was abusing extremely hard substances. He claimed that he would see demons, hear voices, and was extremely easy to manipulate. Today, he wants to apologize for two things mainly: all of the racist remarks that he had made in the past, and the popularizing of the now infamous TikTok trend, bone smashing. Before I talk about bone smashing, I want to define a couple more terms for you. I know that we just went over mewing and mogging. I'm sure you're exhausted, but there's a couple more you need to know. First of which is looks maxing, the act of trying to do anything to make you look better, but you wouldn't know that there's also levels to it. There's soft maxing, which means that you're going to do nothing invasive to improve your appearance. You'll merely diet and exercise. There's hard maxing, which is the area that James falls into, abusing steroids, bleaching, bone smashing, those kinds of things. And then there's surgery maxing, which is what James was accused of, abusing a ton of surgeries to heighten your appearance. Bone smashing falls into the category of hard maxing, meaning that it is considered an extreme procedure even in the looks maxing community. And before I discuss it any further, I want to highly recommend against anyone doing this to themselves. It seems like the medical information about this one is all over the place, and no person should ever feel like they have to take these steps merely to appear pleasing to other people. Bone smashing is the process of hitting yourself in the face with a hard object, usually a hammer, to improve the shape of your face. Allegedly. It is based on the principle of Wolff's Law, a law that dictates bones will grow harder as they suffer damage and heal. James Sapphire is highly credited with the popularization of this trend on TikTok, and after doing it for over 2 years, James now renounces the practice. A popular website online about understanding memes called Know Your Meme would do an interview with James as well as a number of other people who practiced bone smashing. They would ask what some of the effects were, if they had any regrets, and some of the responses were pretty interesting, so I'm going to read them for you here. When asked about how they got into bone smashing, one anonymous interviewee stated, "When I was about 11, I signed up for this forum called incels.is. Then, after lurking there for a bit, I found the forum looksmax.org. After lurking on looksmax.org, I found theories about bone smashing. A number of these other people also state that they found out about bone smashing because of Looksmax websites and TikTok, all of them discovering this in their early teens. When asked if they had seen any results from the smashing, almost all of them stated yes, though they were very minor. When asked about the downsides, one stated that he suffered from nerve damage, and the other one stated that the only downside was the bruising and bleeding. When asked if they had an end goal, all of them stated various answers. The interviewees who started practicing bone smashing towards the younger side were asked if they had any regrets starting so young, and one response really stuck with me. I am not happy I did it. Doing it made me obsess over my entire face, like my negative canthal tilt and the way my jaw is. I don't even know what a canthal tilt is. I don't think a kid should be obsessing how it's quote-unquote negative, but after spending enough time on these looks-maxing websites, which are just glorified forums, he developed developed a complex so bad that he resorted to bone smashing. The article by Know Your Meme includes a lengthy interview with James about the practice, which at the time he was still very much for. When asked if he regretted it, he gave us this response. "I have a ton of regrets in life. Bone smashing is a cope for me, a safe space even if it is just a placebo. Each time I pick up that hammer, I feel empowered with each hit. I know that I will achieve my goal. All of the times I was beat up at school, approached once by the baseball team who had bats threatening to kill me, thrown into bathrooms, scuffed up and bullied, each hit I've had to endure for normies is represented by my smashes, and not only is it an emotional scar, but it is a now physical scar shown visibly on my face. I have suffered, and for bone smashing being my outlet, I have zero regrets doing it. I did what I had to do. I went in as an already conventionally 5 PSL attractive pretty boy, took a tour around the manosphere, came out as a niche appeal 6.25 PSL IRL incel with mager bones. And I am not as happy with my appearance anymore as I used to be, but I always had body dysmorphia. I was sick of being called gay, weak, and being inferior to people more masculine than me because I was such an easy target as a pretty boy. Now, no one messes with me. They see the look in my eye, they see my bones, they know what I can do to them, and so I am unmoggable, untouchable. This is my curse. As you can tell, layered beneath all of the satire and trolling that James is laying on there is some truthful statements. James talks about his struggles with body dysmorphia and the effects that bone smashing has on him, that it is his escape from the physical torment of the world, and with each swing he is quote-unquote empowered. At the time of the Know Your Meme article, James was still pro-bone smashing, but in recent times he has completely denounced all of his previous behavior, taking down the vast majority of his social media content in an attempt to forget his past. After getting clean, thinking about the things that he had done, and of course getting away from the influence of all of the trolls manipulating him, he had come to the conclusion that his time on social media was at an end. I don't even feel like the person who wrote and sung these songs or the person in these photos. I don't look like my old self anymore. I have had so much BDD and derealization I am not even fully here right now. I don't think I will ever be the same before my overdose. Everyone around me claims that I am not the same person, and it's devastating to me. But the things I've done and been involved with on the internet is something I'm going to have to live with. And it haunts me every night. I have horrible hallucinations, sleep paralysis. I have to numb it with so much medication to sleep peacefully. Therapy has helped me, but it's an endless Jewish loop of psychiatry entrapment. This was during James's treatment, and he hadn't fully come out of his psychosis at the time. He previously stated that his overdose messed him up a lot, and he is still psychologically recovering from that to this day. Though I am very happy to hear that James is in recovery and getting the help that he needs, I see him as part of a much bigger problem on the internet. It's called pilling, and basically it's the act of gaslighting someone into believing something that they never would if you hadn't done it, convincing them that they are either ugly, crazy, or not who they appear to be, merely for the sick satisfaction of changing their mindset. Pilling takes many different forms on the internet, and the people who are most susceptible to it are children. James was 14 years old when people began to pill him into looking like a Bogdanov twin. They pilled him into being a horribly racist incel and into doing various dangerous things to his own body. James was in a very vulnerable place as he never had a father and his mother was very absent from his life. When they did have interactions later in James's life, he claims that she introduced him to substances, furthering his descent into these forum websites and looks maxing. It seems like this kind of pilling behavior is appearing across more and more communities as time goes on. The aspect of controlling and manipulating someone else's life is very appealing to these people. James Sapphire should be a cautionary tale to anyone that uses the internet, especially to children and parents who allow their children online. The internet is a truly beautiful place with the information of ideas, free speech, and friendships being unparalleled by anything else in the world. But with that freedom, there is also a dark, seedy underbelly. People who get a sick kick out of gaslighting and manipulation, who want to use the internet as a tool to hurt others. And though James has made a fair few of mistakes, I would say that he is a victim of this. A kid with absolutely no guidance, who received some of the worst advice possible and still lives with the consequences. Brandon Haberlin, also known as It's Lit Brandon, is a TikTok content creator in his mid-20s. Brandon's content consists of cringe comedy, posts about gaming, and horrifying insights into his past and preferences. Because you see, what started out as a blossoming TikTok meme quickly became one of the darker tales that the platforms had to offer, and it all happened in the blink of an eye. Though it is unknown when Brandon made his first TikTok, the first one that went viral happened in 2021, and it was for all the wrong reasons. He made an oddly formal request to the TikTok creator Dixie Emilio, sitting down at his table, crossing his hands, and asking her if she would go out on a date with him. While some believed that this was a troll, Brandon was quite serious, asking Dixie a number of things.
You are not Dixie. Please keep on scrolling. Okay, hi, Dixie. My name is Brandon. We've never met. I just wanted to ask you a couple questions, if you don't mind. So the first question I wanted to ask was, I do have a crush on you, and I just wanted to ask you out on a date or something, or maybe we can meet, hang out. I'll be flying to Los Angeles soon, so maybe we can meet there, if you don't mind. I mean, it's okay if you say no. I'm not pressuring you. Just give it some thought. And the second question I had was, how did you get popular on TikTok in the first place, besides your sister? I know you created a song not too long called Be Happy and One Whole Day. I just wanted to know your tips. Thank you for watching, and I hope you see this video.
Are you tired of receiving thousands of spam emails from Dixie D'Amelios? Well, then let me tell you about the sponsor of today's video, Aura. Aura is really a jack of all trades when it comes to internet security. With identity, credit card monitoring, and Experian credit card lock, password managers, antivirus protection, VPNs, and data broker removal, it's got just about everything you need to feel safe online, which is a growing need in today's age. With the invention of new technology, of course, comes new ways that scammers can get to us, and having something like Aura's VPN or credit card monitoring could save you, as well as perform data broker removal, which is an extremely cool service. There are numerous websites across the internet that are currently selling all of your personal information, and all of that information is used to better advertise and solicit us. Aura will write into those websites and request that they take out all of your information, and they will do this regularly. With the recent increase in data breaches, I highly recommend everyone that enjoys the internet to use these kinds of services. I personally use Aura, and it has worked wonders for me. I know it will for you guys too. Stop data brokers from exposing your information. Go to aura.com/kiwitapes for a 14-day free trial and see just how much of your information is being sold. The concept of someone sitting down and formally requesting that Dixie D'Amelio go on a date with them was hilarious to a great number of TikTok users, and Brandon, who wanted to succeed on the platform, would leverage this into a blossoming TikTok quote-unquote career. I mean, a big reason that he wanted to go on that date with Dixie was so that she could give him some pointers, but the fact that she hadn't responded only fueled him to grow bigger on the platform. While he would make a great number of cringe TikToks, many of them are lost to time, but I do have a couple that I want to show you, because his definition of a joke is pretty different from everyone else's.
What y'all think about no discharge December for the girls? Huh? Great idea? I got another one for the girls. How about no menstruation March? You cannot menstruate in the month of March. Is this a good idea?
When you're making jokes like this, someone is bound to look into more, to speculate that you might be a sicko. And with all the attention that Brandon was getting for the Dixie D'Amelio date video, tons of people were questioning his posts and in his streams, which eventually would lead to a meltdown. Brandon would be holding a live stream from his back porch one night. He had made a number of suspicious comments, and when pressed on it by the chat, he grew increasingly nervous, and in a fit of rage, he would scream something truly disturbing, something that would alter the course of his TikTok journey forever.
You want me mad? Fine! I did dance a 9-year-old!
People were absolutely shocked, and rightly so. They had a lot of questions. At first, Brandon claimed that it was all a joke, making a number of TikToks acting like the situation was no big deal, or that it was all a meme, refusing to stop uploading. He also refused to stop going live, and would be confronted by people about his previous statements. While at first he would deny it, eventually he just started to say that it didn't matter, it was in the past, and that everyone who was criticizing him simply knew nothing about the situation. During one live stream he held, he got into an argument with a guy which resulted in him beating up a punching bag, telling him that he was next. Brandon would also make numerous videos trying to explain himself, only implicating himself more, talking about yet another instance that he had had with a minor, but still he stuck to the defense of it was all in the past and people simply needed to move on, because they had done so for other creators that had gotten into controversy. This was Brandon's light bulb moment, and he would make a TikTok about how all of this didn't mean anything because creators like Logan Paul and James Charles had controversy in the past and were now successful today. Though the goal of this video was to clear his name, it did the exact opposite, and only made it worse as he compared himself to the likes of EDP.
Let it go. It was years ago. Literally, people have forgiven all these other creators, but yet you can't to me when it's been 2-4 years ago. I expect you respect me the same way you respect them. And honestly, I'm gonna be honest, I don't care anymore. Because I'm gonna say this once and I'm done. I'm gonna keep posting on here. Y'all can do whatever you want with your lives. I don't care what you comment. But from now on, I'm gonna stay public. I'm gonna keep posting. I'm gonna turn my comments on, not have any filters. Y'all can say the amount of shit that you want to. And yeah. So all in all, you need to shut the up, let it go. Literally thousands of other creators that have been exposed for the same thing has been forgiven. I hardly see any more comments on their pages explaining what happened to their allegations. EDP doesn't, I think EDP is still on TikTok, by the way. I've seen his account pop up on my For You page multiple times. So EDP, y'all didn't get rid of EDP. He's still on TikTok, roaming around, making videos. He's got his comments turned off. Well, actually, yeah, he's got his comments turned off, but he doesn't have his comments turned off on Instagram. I see a lot of the comments on his Instagram, but he doesn't give a shit anymore. He's not living in a 4x4 jail cell. He's actually very much still living his life. He's probably got a job on top of that. He's also still somewhat has a career. And before I mention anything else, I just want to let you know that there are also multiple creators out there that have not done the similar thing that has been forgiven. I'm not going to compare myself to them, but I will give examples. For example, Logan Paul, back in 2018, he made that stupid video in the forest. Here he is 4 years later boxing Floyd Mayweather, literally started his own drinking company, Prime, and literally has a podcast that has over 4 million subscribers. Literally, James Charles, he took a break for like 2 months. Amidst the allegations, he came back. He's still doing good, still earning money, still fucking grinding, literally videos all day. So I'm going to tell you this, and I'm going to tell you this right now. If those creators can change, and they have showed they change, and I have too in the last couple of years, that means y'all need to shut the fuck up, let it go, leave it alone, leave it in the past, sealed and buried.
Like I said previously, Brandon references a number of situations that creators from many different platforms found themselves in. From some going out to get cupcakes to others taking a walk in the forest. These are not really people or events that you want to compare yourself to ever. But he thinks that just because they overcame their controversies, so should Brandon. When what some of them did was, although horrible, it was not even near the level that he's on, or would be on in the upcoming future, because though Brandon would go on and on about how this was in the past and it needed to stay buried, he was continuing to perpetrate these actions at this time, and in a way that would end up with legal charges. In July of 2022, Brandon Haberlin was arrested in Kentucky, charged with a number of things from unlawful imprisonment to sexual abuse. An article on the situation states that on July 31st, 2022, an officer was dispatched to the Eastern Kentucky University, meeting with the victim who would file charges against Haberlin, as well as an order of protection. The victim states that Haberlin made unwanted physical contact. Haberlin disgustingly claimed that he could neither hear her or discern that she was uninterested. The victim also stated that Haberlin had contacted her numerous times to get her to drop the charges and Title IX investigations. He also stated that he would be willing to drop out of college if it would make the situation, quote-unquote, go away. After Haberlin was let out on bail, he would subsequently drop out of the college because of the allegations. In a now-deleted Facebook post, he would talk about attending a different college in the area, prompting a Change.org petition called Stop Brandon Haberlin from Attending MSU. It received 52 signatures before it was inevitably closed. I have no idea if Brandon actually attended the college. What I do know is that this was not the end of his TikTok journey. His first TikTok had been banned because of his previous statements and, of course, the ongoing allegations against him. But he was bound and determined to make this his career, so he would start yet another TikTok. Near the beginning of 2024, Brandon tried to brush all this off like it was nothing. He started a second TikTok account and began to post the regular cringe, critiques on Pokemon games, dancing videos, and also some new creepy stuff. I mean, at this point, what did you expect? Brandon would get in controversy yet again when he would post something pretty disturbing for a person who's been accused of what he has. He would repost a video of a 17-year-old girl talking about how some of her pictures were leaked a couple of years ago. Like I said, very odd coming from someone who's in their mid-20s and is accused of what Brandon has been accused of. Though during this TikTok run, he would not have any notable beefs with trolls, this channel would inevitably suffer the same fate and be banned. Something that is kind of refreshing, especially when we're talking about the platform of TikTok, which is notoriously rife with these kinds of individuals. Though I have no doubt that he's lurking on an alt, it seems like his content creation is at an end for now. We had no updates on his court case, but given his last couple TikToks, I would say he's in good spirits, and from what I could tell, has spent little to no time in jail. He started out with so much promise. A guy who was cringily asking about Dixie D'Amelio, and the internet loved it. He could have been another eccentric TikTok character, but just below the surface was an extremely dark mind, one capable of horrible things, and who seemingly has no remorse for what he has done, excusing it all with "it was in the past." I've heard a great deal of people who share Brandon's ignorance mindset used that as an excuse, that these things happened in the past and we merely need to move on. But the people Brandon has hurt won't forget. It's not in the past for them. It is a lifelong struggle for the people who have been affected by this kind of stuff. And believe me, Brandon, if they could just brush it off and leave it in the past, they would. So that's why no one's ever going to forget. And it will never be less severe than the day it happened. These kinds of things don't diminish with time. It's something you can't wash off. But one thing I've learned is to never doubt the power of people's minds. They will do anything to convince themselves that they are not at fault. That even happens to good people. It's almost assured that it will happen with someone as morally bankrupt as Brandon Haberlin.
Friend of the show, Mike Malag, has a podcast called Impulsive. Some of you may know it, some of you may not. Very big podcast. And they, yesterday, had a conversation with a particular individual with a red tie. That particular individual is also known as Donald John Trump, the current president of the United States of America, secretly, and the former president of the United States of America as well. Number 45, number 47, and maybe even number 46. Let's take a look at what happened in this process, in this conversation. On the one hand, I'm like thinking about the ethics of such a thing, like promoting Donald Trump, which is like hilarious to say because he was the president. He's like, why are you platforming Trump? It's like a funny thing to say. But also on the other hand, I'm like, it's such great content. And honestly, my content brain side gets way excited. Yeah, that was me on the trailer.
Oh, no way. We got gifts.
So for a lot of money, this thing.
Oh, no way. Oh, thank you, President.
Just split it up. Here's.
Oh, amazing.
This
is this your mugshot?
Yeah, can you believe it?
No way. You're a gangster.
This is what we reduced it. You know,
no way. No way.
Should we put them on now? Yeah.
I'm so jealous. Like, oh my God. I'm jealous, but also I'm excited because like I don't think I've ever been this close, like this immediately and directly close to Donald Trump. Like, think about it, chat. This man sitting in the corner, the host of the Impulsive podcast, has sat here. You know what I mean? Like, this is literally the closest I have been to Donald Trump. That's mighty parasocial of you. Yeah, I am parasocial for Trump.
That's amazing.
Why didn't you ask him to mention you? Dude, if I knew, I would have helped them produce this. 100%. I would have given him some solid questions, like not like obviously contentious ones, but like questions that would trip him up at least a little bit, but massaged in a way where it's like a good enough question that he will answer it.
Tells. Well, Elvis had one. Frank Sinatra had one. This shirt, but we've eclipsed them. A long time ago, we've eclipsed them.
This is crazy.
It's pretty cool. Isn't it cool?
I have to be honest, I'm jealous.
It's actually, you know, I'm not sure if I love it or not, but
no, it's
it
good.
Is what it is.
It happened, and might as well monetize it.
Well, Mr. President, people surely love it. They love the picture. They rallied behind it. They're rallying behind you now.
Well, they
more
are.
than ever.
And you know, we had the biggest fundraising, I think, ever for any candidate ever anywhere in the world in the last 8 or 9 days. Hundreds of millions of dollars. And too bad it couldn't have been done for other reasons. But they viewed the case as being so corrupt and so ridiculous. You know, every one of the legal pundits, and you know, they're great guys. When you look at Dershowitz, the whole group, you know, that whole group of people.
Bringing up Alan Dershowitz to Logan Paul and Mike Malak is crazy. They have no fucking idea what you're talking about. And if they did, they would probably not even be that fond of Alan Dershowitz, also known to the average human being as Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile lawyer. It's like, yeah, Mark Levin, good guy. It's like, dude, these guys don't know Mark Levin. What are you saying?
Andy McCarthy, Jonathan Turley, Greg Jarrett, every one of them, they came out.
That's so funny. Bringing up Jonathan Turley to Logan Paul. Great guy, Jonathan Turley. I call him Jonathan Turley. There is something very funny about this.
I just can't seem to wrap my head around it. Is you know, you got these felony convictions and a lot of them, like more than Al Capone, right? And there was an uprising and people showed you their support with their donations. And And a lot of people are saying it points out that actually the unjust nature of it.
Bro, I love how woefully unprepared Logan Paul is to have this conversation. He's just like saying words. My man has been given a script. This is awesome. He's like, yeah, an uprising is happening. It's just like Al Capone. It's like, what are you saying, big dog? Oh, it's so good. Please, Michael, bring it in. Bring it in.
Of America's justice system. So my question is, like, if that is your belief, if that is their belief, why do you have the desire to give your time and energy to a country or a system that's trying to take you down?
So someone in the chat said this is just like those Modi interviews. It's so real. It's like, Mr. President, what's your favorite color? Mr. President, how do you eat a mango? Mr. President, sir, why do you devote so much of your time and energy to this beautiful country that you love, even when this beautiful country that you love has done so many wrong things to you?
I ran twice. I did much better the second time than the first time. And if I didn't, I wouldn't have done it. But we had it going like this country's never been going before. It was really good. Now it's really bad. The worst border in history. The worst inflation, I think, in history. I think the history of the country. People getting decimated by it. All very flexible. All something you can fix. You can fix it fast. We're energy independent. We're going to be energy dominant person. All these things were happening. And then we had a terrible result in an election. And what happened was disgraceful. And we can't ever let it happen again.
Dude, I can't understand how we live on this planet. I'm on live at a time when the former president who's running for re-election is going on the podcast of a dude I know very well. What the is, oh my God, look at the painting above Mike. Oh my God. Okay, I guess if we're keeping it at $1.50, he did go on Alex Jones last time he ran.
But, we have a little expression. It's right on that hat. Make America great again. And we can do it. Make America great again. And this guy's not going to do it. This guy's destroyed our country. When you allow 15, 16, 17, they have no idea where the gotaways. Million people coming out of jails, coming out of mental institutions, insane asylum. The insane asylums all over the world, the mental institutions, they're at the lowest levels they've been in for years. They're going to be totally empty. And you have terrorists coming into our country. We're going to be paying a big price, and we're going to solve the problem. We're going to solve it relatively quickly. But we have other problems, too, with energy, with inflation. He's been a disaster as a president. The worst president.
I love the impulsive zoom cuts on Donald Trump doing his tight five. Yeah, energy crisis, inflation, it's all happening. Meanwhile, it's like, zoom cut, zoom cut, zoom cut, zoom cut. That's hilarious, dude.
President we've ever had. The good news is the next Jimmy Carter was brilliant by comparison. So Jimmy Carter.
Why are you laughing at that, Logan? Do you get that reference?
He's the only one that's happy with it.
Logan, you get that reference, big dog? What are you laughing at? You're bringing up Mark Levin to Logan Paul and Mike Malak is ridiculous. I will never let go of this. Jealousy doesn't do you. Okay, shut the fuck up. I am jealous. I'm jealous. I am.
Well, look, I think that's why a lot of people are so obsessed with you, Mr. Trump, Mr. President Trump. Well, because you're already a billionaire, right? You are essentially serving these people, and you don't have to be doing the president.
No. What? What does that mean? What is a billion? How does a billionaire serve people? Come on, bro. What is happening? Where is the Logan Paul of Black Lives Matter? I want that Logan Paul to come back. I want the Logan Paul that was like, yeah, that's right. Systemic racism is real. We need to put an end to that shit.
I'm embarrassed that it's taken me 25 years to realize this. It is not enough to be not racist. You have to be anti-racist. If you're white, if you look like me, use your privilege. And for those who do not think white privilege exists, you are delusional and you are part of the problem.
Being the president seems like a very hard job. You were at 3 meetings just before this.
Okay, but okay, he's not president right now. That's number one. And number two, if you read enough, and back when I used to read books all the time about how Donald Trump became president, because it was a fascinating story. And I don't think he thought he was going to be president, big dog. I don't think so. He just kind of got in there and was like, he didn't think he was going to be president. Also, he's not a billionaire, I don't think. I don't think he's a billionaire at all, actually. Like, this was a shocking turn of events for Donald Trump. I think it was The Devil's Bargain, Joshua Green's book, like literally one of the last books I can remember reading, where they talk about like how he's just kind of sitting there and no one thinks he's gonna win, including himself. Or was it Fire and Fury, maybe? The Devil's Bargain is the book about Steve Bannon. It's a really good book. I really like that. It's one of the last books I read, which is crazy.
An attempt to improve your country for these things you're saying.
Yeah.
It comes from what? Just the love of the country?
People, I'll tell you, when you look at the people, when you look at the crowds, I did a rally in New Jersey. We had 107,000 people. We saw that last week. We did one in the Bronx with 25,000 people. And this was in the South Bronx, which is known as a rough area. And it was like a love fest. There was not even, nobody even raised a voice of dissent. The whole place, it was like a big love fest. Nobody could believe it. You saw that 3-4 weeks ago. There's tremendous, our country has tremendous potential, but it's going down the tubes very, very rapidly. Nobody has ever seen anything like it, the way it's being run. So bad. And we can change it. We can change it quickly. We have a debate coming up. That'll be interesting.
June 27th, hosted by one of your favorite television networks, CNN.
Well, they gave me the option. They said, would you do it? And they didn't want to do it. He didn't want to do it. So they gave me everything. Fake Tapper and lots of other people that were going to, were involved on CNN.
I mean, look, Trump is a serial yapper and he lies about everything and he does it in a very convincing way because he's like very confident. And I'm thinking like, how would I react in this situation? And like, yeah, I'm armchair quarterback in here and being like, oh, I would like address some of the lies that he's saying, but like I probably wouldn't. Like I wouldn't be able to if he's just like sequentially deploying lies over and over again. And I would definitely drop some of the sillier things that he's talking about with like how big the crowd is in the Bronx. You just kind of have to let him yap.
They thought that I wouldn't do it because it's CNN, but I've done plenty of CNN. I did a town hall not so long ago with CNN that worked out well. But I think they'll be fair. I think they're going to try and be fair. I mean, as fair as they can be. But I think it's important for there to be a debate. So they said, you want to debate? Yep, I'll accept. You don't even have to tell me. Then they said CNN, they said the different people that are involved. But let's see what happens. I used to get along with Jake Tapper. We'll see what happens. But it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, it is.
That sentiment that CNN might be fair to you,
they might be,
is a bit of a departure
I'd
from
say
your
a good
normal
10% chance
from your normal hardline stance. Do you think that you're starting to come around or soften your views on some of the networks that you may have not gotten along with in the past?
No, they're fake news.
Yeah, fake news.
No, they're so bad. One of the good terms, right? Fake news. But no.
Dude, this is why he's so good at or was so good originally. Like, look, Logan's ears perked up when he said fake news because from Logan's framework, he is basically like Barney. You know what I mean? It's like talking to Mickey Mouse. And this is a catchphrase. Like he's basically repeating his catchphrase. So people are going, "Oh my God, you're repeating your catchphrase that you're famous for." And a lot of us like to assume that we don't view politics as team sport. We understand how serious this kind of stuff is, but like, no, the overwhelming majority of Americans, due to the duopoly stranglehold and the one party in practice, duopoly in theory system that we have, feel exactly the same way that these guys do, where it's just like, it doesn't really matter. This is a character.
No, I don't think so. I thought maybe, I had one with
like every single liberal in the chat that has been like, you don't understand, voting for Biden is going to save America, as opposed to Donald Trump, who's going to ruin America. Like, you are doing the same thing that Logan's doing, but just like in the opposite direction. And at least Logan Paul understands that he's not the brightest light bulb in the room when it comes down to politics.
Over the years, I've been very much involved with Mike Tyson. Mike is a great guy. My son, I have a beautiful boy, Barron, and he loves Mike Tyson.
He's a big boy. Big boy.
He's huge.
He's a big boy. 6'9".
6'9".
6'9".
My PDF's at 6'7".
And I couldn't get him to play basketball.
Bro, he's 6'9". He needs to play basketball. You need to force your son to play basketball. That's a waste of Slovenian genes, okay? The fuck are we doing? He's bulking. He's 6'9". Get his on the court right now, bro. He's about to be the next Osama bin Laden. A waste of height. His tall ass should have been balling too.
Soccer. He's a good athlete too. Good student.
Big
good
boy
athlete.
for soccer.
But he's 6'9".
It's insane.
Good looking guy, but he is a tall one. There's no question. I say, Barron, I don't want to take a picture next to you. It's we ought to make him a fighter, maybe.
No, I don't want. Guys, it's 2024. We want to spend less and save more. That's just a fact. But how?
Okay.
We always see
skipping
you
that.
with a single gallon in your first tank of gas. Thank you, Upside. Back to the show. We always see you at the UFC fights.
Yeah.
So you're obviously a fight fan.
I like it. I really enjoyed it. I think Dana White is one of a kind.
For sure.
And he's been generous to me. He's made a great statement about me the other day.
I saw that.
That was a nice statement.
Well, because
but
you've had his back for.
Well, I did, and rightfully. I think, the expression "everybody's replaceable."
How could you skip our ad? Come on, bro. You guys have enough money. You motherfuckers are posting. How could you skip our ad? Unreal, bro. You're literally posting prime bottles on this interview. Okay, you made enough money. You've made enough money. This interview is gonna go nutty mode with the ad rev too. I showed the link. It's ethical. It's ethical react.
I'm not sure anybody could do the job he does. Is unbelievable.
Yeah.
He gets. I met Khabib, who's 29-0, and his father died, and he just said, "That's it for me." And his father was great at what he did, and probably he never lost even a round. I think 29-0. They say he never lost a round, and I thought he was great. And
Khabib for sure hates his motherfucker. No, he doesn't. Are you kidding me? Khabib literally walked up to him, shook his hand, and was like, "Mr. President, can you please?" The thing that I love about the Dagestani fighters is they all speak English. I think they recognized early on that you got to be able to speak English so you can talk shit. Yeah, Khabib walked up to him and was like, "Sir, please, Palestine, save them." And Trump, of course, was like, "Yeah, I'm going to deal with it. Khabib's English is honestly pretty solid. Yeah, no, all the Dagestani fighters, all they do is train and speak English, bro, so they could talk better. Khabib's father convinced them to focus on English. It's smart. It's very, very, very smart to be able to speak English.
We got to speak. He was just about my favorite guy, and really talented. The Strickland was fantastic the other night. I thought he was
Great striker.
He was.
Everyone wants to come out of the cage and meet you after they win.
They do. Yeah, they do. I'm very honored by it. Every time they win.
You sound like Pakistani parents right now. I mean, it's true though. It's if you want to make it in American media, you have to be able to speak English. You become an infinitely more marketable figure when you can talk in English, okay? The moment that it's not a subtitle that's saying what you're saying, but instead it's directly coming out of your mouth, you've become an incredibly marketable entity. And the Dagestani fighters, I think, definitely understand that.
They jump out.
Yeah.
They jump out of that cage.
Yeah, Islam Makhachev said this.
Doesn't speak English.
Money's important.
Look.
Money's important, Islam.
Doesn't speak English.
Money's important, Islam.
Nobody understands this guy. He doesn't speak English. English is important. If you want to make money, you have to speak some language which everybody understand.
So I gonna smash your boy. Go to sleep. It's sleep time. Go to sleep. No tap out. You don't tap out. Go to sleep. These people, they come here to see you. You talk shit. Go to sleep.
And when you enter the arena, there's an eruption of cheers.
Yeah.
But I remember, because I've been going to UFC for a while, it wasn't always like that. There was a very clear shift in the perception of you. Do you feel like you feel that now?
Yeah, it's like, talk now. Let's talk now. There's another one. Dude, think about how iconic that shit is, though. Now we talk. Talking now. Now we talking. Now we talk.
Before the fight, he talked so much.
Think about that, dude. That's insane. Send me location.
More than ever.
I don't know. I've done it in Vegas, Miami. I do it with Dana. Dana wants me to do that, and I do it. And it is an eruption.
Hello?
He said he's never heard before. They actually stopped a fight. One of the fighters were walking out, and there's a fight going on, and these guys are really going at it. And they heard this crazy sound, and they stopped the fight. They both stopped fighting. They're looking over what happened. They probably thought bad things were happening to the arena. But no, it's been great, and he is just somebody you have to really respect. I imagine you guys do, but he gets these fighters from all over the world, and they are some really talented people. And I have respect for fighters. When you can take 200 shots to the face and then look forward to the second round.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Biden could never do this interview. Holy fuck, he really is gonna win. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not so certain of Donald Trump winning the election. I do think that he has a pretty solid chance, and I think that that should never be the case. But unfortunately, the Democratic Party has gone with Biden, who is an old man. But you are right. I don't think that Joe Brandon could do an uninterrupted hour-long interview like this and just chirp about shit. Biden has a 20% disapproval margin, bro. Good luck with that. Yeah, except you do realize that the Democratic Party across the board is nowhere near as unpopular as Joseph Robinette Biden is. That's the issue. But the Democratic Party is actually doing fairly well in a lot of the same Senate seats on the same ballots that Joe Biden is supposed to be at the top of the ticket on. That's the crazy part about it. Like, the Democratic Party isn't doing poorly. Biden is. And under normal circumstances, it's never down ballot that carries the top of the ticket. It's vice versa. You have a very popular leader that a lot of people rally around, and then they go, hey, I'm here. Might as well vote down ballot for the Democrats as well. In this situation, it's the exact opposite. Republicans flopped in the midterms. It's not even just that. Like, the Republican Party is broadly seen as like undemocratic, anti-democratic, corrupt, chaotic, and also greatly invested in the removal of civil liberties from women. Okay, not just like gay people, not just queer people, not trans people. I'm talking women. That's 50% of the population. There's a lot of Republican women, white women that vote. So when they see that they're like, you know what? This kind of sucks. I actually don't want to vote for these guys. Abortion is massive. It's a massively consequential thing that the Republican Party brought about itself. They are, in many respects, suffering from their own success.
Since you left office, the number of global conflicts has skyrocketed. And I know Khabib talked to you about it quickly when you spoke with him. I think 2 weeks ago about President Biden authorized the use of American weapons in Russia, which has now led to a fleet of Russian warships coming towards Cuba this week. What are your thoughts and concerns around our current handling of our relationship with Russia?
Well, the Russian attack on Ukraine would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. It's just a shame. So many dead people. You look at just the soldiers. It's 500,000 soldiers between the both countries. But so many dead people. So many towns and villages and buildings and all. I mean, magnificent culture just being wiped out. You okay over there?
Stuff's falling over.
Sounds good. Nice book, by the way. Nice book.
We'll get to that.
That's his book about overcoming drug addiction.
It's a bestseller about the opiate epidemic, which we'll talk
wow,
about.
that's a great topic because it's so sad to see what's happening.
That's right. Nice book. I'm gonna kill all drug dealers. Wow. I love when he says Russia never would have invaded Ukraine if I was the president. It's just like all of these things that have happened under the Brandon regime. He could just sit back and be like, yep, if I was president, none of that would have happened. Only good things, none of the bad. Believe me.
So bad. But it's a shame because it never would have happened. And it didn't happen during my 4 years. It didn't happen. It wouldn't have happened. I got along very well with Putin. I got along with Zelensky, but it wouldn't have happened. And October 7th would have never happened. And
yeah. like, see, this is the part where I would be like, if I was in the room in a situation like this is the part where I'd be like, how can you say that? Honestly, you ripped apart the Iran denuclearization agreement, which literally created more regional stability. You added additional sanctions to Iran, even though European investigators were still openly reporting that Iran was following through on the nuclear denuclearization agreement, even after you ripped the deal apart, famously. You moved the embassy to Jerusalem, which was insane. That was an insane move. You moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, making it permanent that like Israel now controls Jerusalem, including occupied East Jerusalem. You then recognized annexed territory, Golan Heights, which is Syrian land that Israel illegally occupies. Again, you recognize that as like permanent Israeli land. You did the Abraham Accords, which directly wrote out the Palestinians from the equation of Palestinian sovereignty, which greatly increased tensions and was the direct consequence of which was October 7. Beyond that, you also assassinated the second in command, Qasem Soleimani, in Iran. You are a big part of why October 7 happened, if not the biggest part outside of Israel. This is the type of shit that obviously Trump is never going to be questioned on, because I don't think it's not even like Mike that's going to ask him these questions, but it's also not even like mainstream media that would ever ask him these questions, because the reverse of this for mainstream media, the reversal is an easy fucking dunk as well. Trump could go, if it was so bad, why didn't Brandon change it? You know what I mean? Because Joe Biden has continued on the Abraham Accords. Joe Biden never reversed the embassy move decision. Joe Biden never fucking took back any of the things that Donald Trump did on Israel. So there is a unified bipartisan agreement when it comes to American foreign policy. That's just the truth. That's why someone like Donald Trump, when he was running in 2016, could very easily turn around and say, Obama put the kids in concentration camps too. Why are you getting mad at me when I do it? Which is so funny to be like, oh yeah, we hate that you're putting children in detention facilities. And he would always just say, who built the detention facilities? That's what he said over and over again. Who built the facilities? Obama did. So that is part of the reason why I'm very, very frustrated with the Democratic Party all the time.
Inflation would have never happened, and the withdrawal, the kind of withdrawal we were getting out of Afghanistan with dignity and strength, but to get out the way, I think it was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And I actually think that the way Afghanistan worked, I think that when Putin looked at that, he said, wow, let's go in. And you know who else looked at it? President Xi of China. And he is looking at Taiwan, and he's drooling over Taiwan. And so something could happen there. We've lost a lot of respect. They're laughing at us all over the world. And that wasn't happening 4 years ago.
And with you back in office, you think we'll get that respect back?
Yeah, we'll get it back.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. If there's one thing that was universally acknowledged, it was that America did become more of a laughing stock by our allies, especially during his administration. Literally, everyone laughed at his face. Everyone laughed behind his back. The entire world was like, look at this dumbass. Now, the saddest part about it is that they're still laughing, because now we substituted one jackass for a drooling, demented idiot who can't probably keep his bowel movements restricted for a long enough timeline because he's just too old. So now they're still laughing. Now, of course, they won't be laughing for too long, because like our kind of brain rot has already completely captivated Europe, as it once did less than 100 years ago. It's already happening. But having said that, Donald Trump saying like, no, I'm going to restore the fear and the respect that America had around the globe. That's just like dumb guy shit. He says that, and it's no different than him being like, I'm a businessman, and I think someone needs to run this country like a business. That's like classic dumb guy shit. Dumb people love that shit. They loved going, oh yeah, we got to vote for a businessman to fix the economy. We have to run this country like a business. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? You literally work at Walmart, man. You're getting f***ed over every goddamn day. What do you mean we got to run the country like a business? Like, which business? Trump's businesses? He had 7 bankruptcies. What the f*** are we talking about? And the other classic dumb guy argument is like, oh, I'm going to restore respect to America. It's like, yeah, sure, dude.
What's your relationship like with Vladimir Putin?
I think very good, but I was tough with him. You know, I ended the pipeline. He built, it's called Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2 until I got involved. And it was the biggest project ever done in Russia. I mean, you know, this was a...
I'm not going to lie. I don't think Logan Logan Paul knows what Nord Stream 2 is. No disrespect, but like he's checked out. Okay, he's like, what? Okay, Nord Stream 2. Okay, got it.
Pipeline that was going to supply oil and gas to all over Europe, Germany in particular. And I said, what are you doing? Why are you doing this to Germany? I said, we're defending you under NATO, and you're paying billions of dollars a month to Russia. You mean we're defending you, and you're giving the people we're defending you from, we're giving you the defense, but you're giving them money?
Even on the Nord Stream front, it's like, well, Brandon blew it up. You know what I'm saying? Trump wasn't with it. Brandon blew that shit up. Now, here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. One thing I will mention, as far as like Trump constantly talk about NATO, the major difference between Donald Trump and Joe Brandon is that Trump keeps saying, I'm going to not disband NATO, mind you. He's not saying that at all. He's going to demand more money from NATO members, right? He keeps asking, like, I need more money. I need more money from all the NATO nations. He has even gone as far as to say at a rally, I believe, that if Russia invaded a country and that country had not paid money into NATO, like had paid more for their defenses, that he would not defend that country, which of course makes everyone in the blob, in the NatSec side of DC go crazy. They hear that and they go, oh my God, he's going to destroy NATO. Now, this is born out of two different reasons. One, because Trump doesn't really fully understand that like NATO is really good for the American military industrial complex. They get to buy our weapons, you know what I mean? Like it's a way to reassert American dominance around the globe. They have American bases, they put American soldiers there. We get to create this endless cycle of security. It's a protection racket for the United States of America. So that's not how the dynamic with NATO normally works. However, one can also make the argument that like Donald Trump is, you know, doing a little bit more extortion on the protection racket in a way that where the mob guy does it. You know what I mean? Maybe the mob guy comes in and says, hey, your glasses are broken. Would be a shame if it got broke again. Maybe you need to pay us so we protect you. And then next time around, he still comes back and he's like, you know what? I think we need more money to protect your storefront, actually. So I think that's what Trump is doing a little bit. Inflation has come to the American protection racket.
I tell the press all the time, no, the fact that I get along with Kim Jong-un, North Korea.
That's crazy.
President Xi.
That's crazy.
It's all good stuff getting along, but nobody ever took money out of China like me. I took hundreds of billions of dollars out in the form of tariffs and taxes. No other president took in not 10 cents. And, you know, China built their military because of the United States. The United States was giving them hundreds of billions of dollars a year in excess flow. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. But we took out hundreds of billions of dollars from China, and I still got along with President Xi until COVID. That was a breaking point. But no, but he was a guy that I respected. Like he liked me and I liked him. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. You know, the press says, oh, isn't it?
I think a lot of these global leaders know like how to manipulate Trump, by the way, like where they just basically glad handle. They just tell him like, he's a big boy. He's very strong. And then he like takes that at face value and goes like, yeah, that's right. They love me. They respect me. They're afraid of me. Because like, think about it this way. Donald Trump's a dumbass in comparison to like people like Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping. Like these guys are elderly statesmen at this point. They have been leading these massive countries for multiple decades in comparison to Donald Trump, who's like a television guy who doesn't really like to read and is now lucked into a phenomenal position of power. So for them, like they probably thought, this is great. We can do whatever the we want. This guy will just shut the up. As long as we glaze him a little bit, he'll be like, these guys love me. And as far as Xi Jinping goes, yeah, sure, he hasn't led China for decades. Okay, but he's been in politics for a lot longer than Donald Trump has and will lead China for decades into the glorious future, the glorious Chinese hegemonic future. Leader Xi, please alert the authorities. I'm ready. Activate me like the Manchurian candidates, sir.
The funny thing is I got along with the tough ones much better than I got along with the weak ones. You had some real weak ones too. I didn't get along with them as well. It's strange. Must be a personality.
European leaders, they were weak.
It's probably a good thing that you get along with
I get along with the tough
leaders
ones.
of the largest countries.
You know, there's a very tough one, Viktor Orban, and he's the prime minister of Hungary.
That's such a funny thing to say. Viktor Orban is a very tough leader. It's like, bro says he gets along with the tough leaders and not with the weak leaders, and then talks about Hungary. Hungary, the real tough nation of Hungary, led by the real tough man, Viktor Viktor Orban, dude. Come on. Like, that's insane. When you say that about, like, I don't know, Vladimir Putin, that's fine. He is a strong man, right? When you say that about Erdogan, that's fine. He's a strong man, second largest army in NATO. Say that about Xi Jinping, understandable, right? But like Viktor Orban is suckling on 3 different titties. 1, Vladimir Putin's titty. 2, EU's titty. And 3rd, and most importantly, the Chinese titty. What are we talking about here? Like, he's Viktor Orban, very, very scary, very tough guy.
You know, it's very interesting, though. So Khabib came up to me after the fight the other night, and, you know, you guys would probably say he's the best ever, maybe. And, you know, certainly he probably is, and are very close, right? John Jones, a lot of people say.
I'd say 1 and 2.
And, you know, and he said to me, oh, I hope you can get in because we have to stop the wars. We have to stop the killing, the killing. He was so smart. He understood it. And I think he's friends or was friends, but I think he is friends with Putin very much.
Yeah.
But he said, we have to stop the killing, and it's true. And I think I'd have that war stopped if I was president-elect. Right after the election, if I win, I will get that war stopped. I'll get it stopped.
Khabib wants the war in Ukraine to stop. Yeah, he wants it to be Russia. He wants Ukraine to be the second Dagestani territory so that they can finally stop being pussy and start doing real war like real men. No more gay shit.
Fast before I get to office, if it's not stopped before then.
Talking about Russia, Ukraine.
I'm talking about Russia, Ukraine. We'll get it stopped.
On the
so many people are being killed.
Mike, ask him a question. Be like, how? What are you going to do?
Far more people are being killed. And I thought it was great when Khabib came up to me, he says, we've got to stop all of the killing in the world. He's a very smart guy.
By the way, Khabib was talking about Israel, big dog. He wasn't talking about Ukraine. I don't think Dagestani dudes who are in most circumstances pushing Z unconditionally are being like, hey, can you please stop Russia invading Ukraine, okay? He was talking about Palestine. He was talking about Gaza. The notion that he mentioned anything but Gaza is silly. He might have said it on Twitter or some shit, but when he talked to Donald Trump, I don't think he could even say Ukraine, to be honest. He's like, doesn't his family still live in Dagestan?
Very interesting guy. We talked for a while.
On the flip side, or on the other side of the continent.
Thunder. Do you always, Turkey's dumb, do you always suck Palestine off? Thank you for recognizing Palestinian statehood and sovereignty. Let's continue.
The Gaza situation has been horrible. Big news.
How can you still like Mike after this? Isn't he pushing alt-right propaganda here? I can. You want to know how? Because I'm not some brain broken person who literally thinks like that Mike Malag is like secretly trying to get Trump elected or some shit by having this interview with him. But that's probably the reason. You say stuff like this, and then your parents are unironically saying like alt-right, by the way. Get the out of here. They'll be like, wow, I can't believe you like a dude that you know personally, that you think is a very nice person, very kind person, and a well-intentioned person for platforming the former president of the United States of America. Meanwhile, your dad is saying fucking unimaginable shit that you would be incredibly embarrassed to repeat in broad daylight. I don't see you restricting your access to your own family members. You know what I mean? Also, Chad is really funny because I would love the opportunity to do this and platform Donald Trump. Okay. I would love for that. I would die for that opportunity to be sick.
Over the past year or so.
I would love to platform the motherfucking president, all of the presidents.
The United States has always been, you're always a staunch ally of Israel. Has your sentiment on Netanyahu or on his regime changed at all in light of any of the events of the past 6 months?
No, look, it was a shame that it should have never happened. It would have never happened. Iran was broke when I was president. Nobody was allowed to buy oil.
He literally ripped apart the denuclearization agreement. This is ridiculous. The notion that he did not make this conflict or make Iran more reactionary towards America is silly. Also, that's a good question for Mike. You see?
It was allowed to buy anything. They were broke. A Democrat congressman on Deface the Nation, the show Deface the Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Deface the Nation. Yes, commonly known as Face the Nation, but I don't call it that.
You have a name for
everything. I have a name for everything. I'll end up with a name for you two guys by the time. But it'll be.
I can't wait to hear.
No, they'll be good names. They'll be good names. But so he was on the show and he said, whether you like Trump or not, Iran was broke during Trump's. They would have made a deal within 1 week, and now they have $250 billion. We would have had a deal done literally in 1 week after the election, and it was ready. They were absolutely, and they had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They were broke, stone cold broke. Now they have $250 $250 billion. Biden took off all of the sanctions. He let them go. China went to town. I told China, if you buy 1 barrel of oil from these people, you're not doing any business with the United States. They took a pass, no oil, and other countries likewise. And we would have had a deal. Would have been a great deal for everybody. We would have had a deal. Now they have $250 billion. They made it all in 3 years, 3.5 years. They made it all during this Biden term.
This episode is sponsored by myself. I sponsored it myself. Prime X, guys. We just dropped Prime X. This is our biggest launch ever. It is a $1 million treasure hunt. So after you buy your bottle, I want to ask about money in this country.
Go ahead.
I've had a very fortunate career.
Yeah.
I've made some money. And
more money than you ever thought possible.
For sure.
Right?
For sure.
Yeah, I know.
Absolutely.
I know the kind of money you make because I know when you have a top event or your shows, but these events are doing fantastically.
Yeah,
What you've done is incredible.
Yeah, I'm very blessed, and part of the reason that I believe I'm blessed is because of this country, and I think in a way I'm kind of living like the modern day American dream. You know, I had access to a phone and could start my business and reach the entire world on this device. So,
Excuse me, did you guys start like separately?
Me and Jake?
Yes.
Nah, together.
Oh, you started together?
Together on YouTube.
And did you branch out? You each have your own thing?
Well, eventually, because I went to college. Jake was still in high school. He ended up dropping out. I finished my first year.
It's an amazing 2 stories, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Who makes more money?
It depends on the year. It depends if Jake has fights.
That's crazy, bro. What do you mean? This motherfucker makes so much more money with the Prime? No. This is literally propaganda directed towards a young audience. I don't get how you can be okay with it because I love Donald Trump. That's why I'm okay with it. I want Logan Paul's 12 to 16-year-old demographic to go and illegally vote for Donald Trump. This is why I always laugh when people ask me the question like, what should politicians do more about outreach in terms of social media? And I'm just like, dude, it doesn't really, that's not moving the needle. I promise you. He's got Cambridge Analytica. He's all right.
and it depends on when this sells right here.
Yeah. I think.
Is that your new drink? Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
If you make it, I like it.
Oh, thank you.
You want to get
President?
No, it's got to be good. It's got to be. Look,
I knew it. I was very excited about this because it's content, and I knew that there was going to be no fun having ass in here being like, dude, I can't believe this. I can't believe that you would let this go on. Please turn this off. I can't see this. My eyes. I need to be thinking about the potential implications of this. Just let it happen, okay? It's just weird you're friends with these people. Yes, dude, it's weird for you because the concept of having friends in general, by the way, these people, Logan Paul and Donald Trump are not friends of mine. Mike is, but that's so funny that you're incorporating everybody there. But also, yeah, no, I know, it is weird. The concept of having friends outside of this Splinter Discord that was born out of the Splinter Discord that I went to because the other Splinter Discord that I went to off of the original Discord that I was in was not sufficiently communist in the exact same way that I want it to be is obviously an inescapable reality. It's just, or not inescapable reality, it's an unimaginable reality. You know what I mean? It's so weird. It's so weird that you would have friends. I don't understand. How can you maintain a relationship with people that you don't 100% align with on every single issue? And they're not actually advocating for a global Maoist third worldist revolution. Why are they not rising up in arms and engaging in a protracted people's war? What is going on right now? How could you do this? This is what happens when leftists live their entire lives out online. I know, and think that every step they're taking is some kind of weird praxis. And I know every single time I talk about this kind of thing, people get really, really mad because so fucked up you assume people are just antisocial for having conviction in their morals. If I knew every minute detail about your life, I would 100% be able to examine with the same critical lens the direction and the steps that you take and how immoral it is under the same exact hypercritical lens that you place upon me and my friendships and also those other individuals as well. This goes back to, once again, the unimaginably brain-dead way in which extremely online leftists approach normal human beings in society. People talking about how this content creator is ableist and then having problematic faves. You know what I mean? It's just I'm not on you. I'm sure you're married with a loving group of friends, okay? If we were to examine the loving group of friends that you have, I'm sure that there are plenty of people there that have certain opinions and certain convictions that would not meet the muster, that would not meet the same standards that you're you're applying here. Why am I saying this? Because it's perfectly normal and valid for people to have disagreements with you, because I understand that we are all, at the end of the day, at the mercy of the social conditioning that we are born into, of the system that we're born into. Doing 2016 style hyper liberal like Vox.com article writing ass fuck takes in this chat in 2024 is not going to get you anywhere. It just makes you look like a lame ass. It makes you look unapproachable, hostile to the average person, to the normal person. You're making it seem as though this person, Mike, who's a good dude overall, is over here repping the Confederate flag or some shit and is like secretly alt-right. And I think a lot of you guys don't understand that that is a major problem with the way that this community is seen from the outside world. That's a major issue. This is why I always say, one, we look unapproachable and incredibly unappealing, because you think that you are putting your best moral foot forward when you like chirp like this. Okay, you think you are actually reinstating some kind of purity in here to ensure that we are getting to ensure that we're cleansing this community of any kind of like outside influence that is inherently reactionary or whatever. If you truly care about the causes that you espouse and you want other people to also come to terms with some of the things that you believe that you want them to agree with, do you think it's good to be as physically off-putting and repulsive as possible every step of the way? Or do you think it's better to at least try to fake being empathetic and fake being normal with the hopes that people will want to be around you? Because I think many people mistake the off-putting way the off-putting vibes that they put out there as like being morally pure. It is sad that we find ourselves having this conversation almost daily nowadays. Pushing away open-minded people is the dumbest thing you can do. It is literally the dumbest thing you can do. Please.
I spent 8 years addicted to heroin, living on the East Coast, in what I considered, I think a lot of people considered.
So you were addicted?
Correct.
Wow.
I think a lot of people consider it to be the great old.
Let me see that. Can I see your book?
Absolutely.
We're gonna make this sucker a best-selling book.
There's a message. There's a message for you.
No, it's such an important.
It's actually already a message.
Buy this book. It's great.
That was for you, I believe.
I wrote a message to you.
Well, I'm going to keep it.
Thank you so much.
It's such an important topic. Yeah, seriously, that's so important.
There's a lot of people that are still kind of wrapped up in that world, and that's why I asked you some questions. In 2023, the DEA sees more than 80 million fentanyl-laced fake pills, 12,000 pounds of fentanyl powder. There's so many people out there on the streets right now without access to resources for mental health care, rehabilitation centers. Yeah. What's your plan to continue to stem the flow of fentanyl into the country, as well as helping people who are falling victim to those?
So when I took over,
it's gonna be like, we're gonna kill drug dealers. All the other stuff you said about no access to social safety nets, I will avoid that. Jail. Mike, if I was president while you were an addict, I would have killed you. I'm gonna kill drug addicts and the dealers.
It was drug infested. When I ran in 2016, I ran on the border and I fixed the border, and I couldn't even use it in 2020 in the campaign, even though I got millions of more votes than I got the first time. I couldn't talk.
The major reason why I will always have respect for Mike, beyond the fact that he's like a very empathetic person and a very charitable person, and you literally, if more normies were as outwardly empathetic as he is, then you would have infinitely more allies. But beyond that, yes, because he did drugs. Exactly. That's why. Like, dude, you will never, ever get me to hate someone who was like in the throes of crippling heroin addiction, who's been able to overcome that. Okay, and that's a lifelong struggle. It's crazy. Chatters with no goddamn lived experience that are like 14, 15, 16 years old in the chat, or come from like very comfortable backgrounds who never had this kind of issue in their lives, literally just chirping non-fucking stop without knowing a single aspect of the human being that you're talking about. It's just very, very frustrating. It sucks. And I think that obviously stems once again from the purity spiral that people want to the little pure circles that they want to create for themselves, not understanding that that's not how human beings are. That's not how human beings operate. Human beings are imperfect, and they're not going to agree with every single thing that you can say. But ultimately, like I said, I'm always going to have a ton of respect for him for that.
I was with President Xi. It comes from China and it comes in through the southern. So Mexico's it comes through the southern border. and I was with President Xi, and I told him we got along great. You know, the COVID was a step too far as far as I was concerned, but we got along great. And I said, do you have a drug problem? He said, no, they give the death penalty in China. If you sell drugs, I said, I'd like you to give the death penalty to people that are making fentanyl and sending it over to our country. And he was going to do that. And then we had the election result. And of course, Biden never picked up.
Oh, yeah, no. She was like, you're right, sir. We're no longer sending fentanyl over the border. You're so right. We're definitely sending fentanyl over the border deliberately. And now that you've said stop, I'm going to stop it. And then, of course, Brandon became president, and she was like, ooh, more fentanyl.
And everybody knows a family. I know many families where their children died, and they're not even addicted. They take a pill that's unrelated. So you've got a little bit of fentanyl. They say you can make the head of a needle, and you just put a piece on it. That's enough to kill like 10 people. It is a really horrible thing. And I would have had China giving the maximum penalty. They would not have been sending it. And I had a deal worked out with President Xi. Of course, Biden didn't follow up, just like he didn't follow up on the Abraham Accords.
Wait, what? He did follow up on the Abraham Accord. You mean he didn't follow up on it? That's why October 7th happened. The f*** are you talking about? That's crazy. How did Biden not follow up on the Abraham Accord?
Mr. President, I got the 10-minute warning from the team, which is now 8 minutes.
Let him go a little longer. It's fine. I like it. Is that okay?
I like him.
Yeah, let him go a little bit longer.
Yeah!
Okay? Look at these two guys. And then it'll turn out to be a lousy show, and I'll say, you were right, Jason. No, it'll be good. So go for another 20 minutes. Is that all right? Okay, go.
Thank you, Jason.
It seems to be a nice flow.
Yeah. Well, you did reality.
I'll be in trouble with my people like Biden says, I don't have that problem. But, well, first of all, he couldn't do this. You asked him questions like this?
No, we were talking about that.
He'd like to send an invite to Joe Biden if he'd like to come on this podcast.
Yeah, I think you should. You know what chance you have of getting him on? I'd say less than 1%. Okay? If you did that, I'd actually watch that. Okay, see how long it lasted.
So there are two questions I have to ask.
Go ahead.
The first one's kind of fun.
I knew the question about drug addiction was going to lead to border and mental institutions somehow. I knew that. He addressed none of the serious questions that Mike asked as far as how do you deal with drug addiction in this country. He went, we're going to kill drug dealers, closing the border.
Aliens. I want to talk to you about aliens.
So this, for the record, is my least favorite Trump. Because I hate that he gets conspiracy dudes in the pocket by leaning on this. I know exactly what he's saying. We're going to look into it. We're going to reveal some of the stuff. It's like, well, you were the president. He did this with fucking JFK files. He did this with 9/11. And then he did none of it. He didn't release any of this shit. He was president for 4 fucking years, dude. He tried to, but they got him for classified documents. Oh my God, that's such a good conspiracy theory. Yeah, actually, all the classified documents that he brought back to Mar-a-Lago were actually like the UAP files. I don't know why he didn't say that. Oh my God. I feel like if he had said that, he would have neutralized the whole classified document saga entirely. To be like, the JFK files were there. That would be so, oh man, that's brilliant. We should come up with that.
UFOs, UAPs, the disclosure we've seen in Congress recently, it's confusing and upsetting a lot of Americans because there's something happening. There are unidentified aerial phenomena in the sky. We don't know what they are.
So it's such a question I do get a lot, and it's such an interesting question. I've met with pilots that look just like you, actually. Okay, they have more of a crew cut. Okay, they look like him. They look like you. Some of them look like you. A little fatter. But these are perfect people, and they're not conspiratorial. They're not crazy, and they tell me stories that they've seen things that you wouldn't believe. These are not people that you would say, "Gee, oh, that's okay."
President of the United States.
That's Joe Biden wanting to do it. So I've met with pilots, beautiful Tom Cruise patrol, okay? Handsome, perfect people. Sarah, there was something there that was rounded.
This is such a classic Trump, too. Beautiful pilots, straight out of Central Casting. They're beautiful. Don't we love them, folks? We love our beautiful pilots. They are so beautiful.
Form and go.
Tom Cruise, but
going like 4 times faster than my super jet fighter planes, and I look at these guys, and they're really good. And am I a believer? No, I can't say I am. But I have met with people that are serious people that say there's some really strange things that they see flying around out there. And you know, you go to Nevada and you look at that little section of where they go to look at the aliens, where they think all the aliens are landing. Heck, you know, it's one of, I think it's maybe the #1 tourist attraction in the United States. Roswell? Yeah. I think it's the #1. The lines of people waiting. You have no idea how many times I've asked that question.
But don't you have access to that information?
I have access.
Wow. Now's my follow-up question. See, when he's in the pocket, when he has something that he's like genuinely interested in, he's like, what do you mean? Wait, what? You're the president though. Like, do you have access to the files? Which is correct.
But I speak to people about it. I've had actual meetings on it, and they will tell you there's something going on. When they say things are going 4 times faster than my beautiful top-of-the-line airplane that goes, you know,
with no identifiable propulsion
Mach 2.
Yeah.
Right. You seem to create your own gravity fields.
Folks, Biden put Roswell back in New Mexico. Under my leadership, it was in Nevada. That's the tourism hub of the world. Everyone's coming. Tourism hub of the universe. Get it? Because aliens are there. They're coming from all around, not just the planet, but all around the universe. Illegal aliens. It's so obvious that Trump absolutely doesn't think aliens are real or doesn't care. No, he doesn't think they're real. He'll entertain the prospect to be like, yeah, I'm going to reveal the files or whatever. But like, no, of course, dude. Come on. He admitted he doesn't believe that they're real. That should just destroy the conversation.
Something out there. And, you know, it makes sense that there could be. I've never been convinced, even despite that. You know, I just, for some reason, it's not my thing. But a lot of people believe that it's true. A lot of very good, solid people believe it's true.
And
I know there are illegal aliens out there, but those are the ones that come through the border. We have plenty of them. Those are the ones I know. When you say aliens, I say, are they illegal aliens? These might be illegal, but we don't want to test them.
Yeah.
Because if they can go 4 times faster, we're not going to test them. So it's
What
an
is
interesting
he
question.
saying?
Maybe Elon could get you guys there. You're a fan of Elon Musk?
I think Elon might be good for this question. He's a terrific. You know, I looked at the ship that went up, the spaceship, and I never saw this before. I saw this is, you know, like 2 years ago. I see the motors coming down, the engines coming down, no wings, no anything, and then land. I say, what is going on?
Yeah.
And nobody ever saw that before. And if you didn't have him, you probably wouldn't be seeing it, you know. And I called him, I said, what's that? He says, well, we want to be able to reuse the engines. I said, they don't have wings, they don't have anything, and they're landing on a platform in the middle of the ocean. I said, how cool is that? I thought I saw it all, but that was, no, he's a very...
No, he doesn't hate Elon Musk. He wants his money. And also Elon is like, obviously very right-wing now. So, you know, I don't think he's a hater. Elon Musk no longer.
He's a spectacular guy.
Well, I mean, between PayPal, Neuralink, Starlink, Tesla, SpaceX.
Oh, God. Logan Paul, Elon Glazer, of course.
And other things.
Yeah, he's probably one of the greatest minds.
AI, very big, you know.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask. It was the second question because, you know, technology is improving at a rapid pace.
That's right.
At a pace we haven't never seen before. And the most recent development in technology that is alarming but also cool is artificial intelligence, AI.
Technology is developing at a rapid pace, previously unseen, and then turning around and being like, AI is developing at a rapid pace.
I think it's going to be eventually to a point where we're not able to tell what's real and what's fake. The era of truth.
I feel like Elon glazing immediately is just so like, it's more off-putting than anything else Logan Paul could have said for me. Straight up. I don't know what it is. Immediately I'm like, that's the dumb guy flag for me. It automatically I flag you. Immediately I suspect that like perhaps, you know, I may have been too charitable. Thank you so much for platforming this podcast on. I normally would have watched this, but after viewing, I've decided to cast my ballot for Donald Trump's fall. Hell yeah, brother. That's the reason why I'm doing it.
So it brings with it difficulty, but we have to be at the forefront. It's going to happen. And if it's going to happen, we have to take the lead over China. China's the primary threat in terms of that. And you know what they need more than anything else is electricity.
Yeah. China won't let that impact their own citizens in a bad way, but Americans absolutely will. the American government would absolutely allow AI scammers to just cook its own citizens.
They have to have electricity, massive amounts of electricity. I don't know if you know that. In order to do these, essentially it's a plant. And the electricity needs are greater than anything we've ever needed before to do AI at the highest level. And China will produce it because they'll do whatever they have to do. Whereas we have environmental impact people, and we have a lot of people trying to hold us back. But massive amounts of electricity are needed in order to do AI. And we're going to have to generate a whole different level of energy. And we can do it, and I think we should do it. But we have to be very careful with it. We have to watch it. But it's, the words you use are exactly right. It's the words a lot of smart people are using. And there are those people that say it takes over the human race. It's really powerful stuff.
I'm Chinese, and I'm so glad our politicians are boring as and aren't doing podcasts with itty-bitty influencers. Holy shit. That'd be kind of sick, though. Imagine if Xi were to do a podcast with this guy. I mean, think about the possibilities.
AI. So let's see how it all works out. But I think as long as it's there, it fits.
And that's just AI. What about when it becomes SI or super intelligence?
No. Then they'll have super AI, right? Super duper AI. But what it does is so crazy.
It's amazing. It's crazy.
Now, it could also be really used for good. I mean, things can happen. I had a speech rewritten by AI out there. One of the top people. He said, "Oh, you're going to make a speech?" Yeah. He goes, click, click, click. And like 15 seconds later, he shows me my speech. Written.
That's crazy.
So beautiful.
No, it's not. It's not. That's not crazy at all. It probably sucks. And also, not only did it probably suck, but Trump's speeches are pretty boring in general. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind. Oh.
I said, I'm going to use this sucker. I've never seen that.
What'd you say to your speechwriter after that? You're fired.
There's no ChatGPT that his bar is like, never fight uphill, me boys. This chatter that said it is right. Never fight uphill, me boys. There's no ChatGPT that hits a script where he's talking about like, sharks. They're dangerous, folks. What if you have an electric boat powered by a battery, most powerful battery, and the electric boat is capsized? What would you do? I asked that question to the engineer. He said, "Sir, no one's ever asked this question before. It's brilliant." I told him I wouldn't jump in the water. I'd rather get electrocuted than die by the shark.
I think to wrap it up, because I do believe your team and I want to shoot a TikTok with you.
Oh, that's good. I'm on TikTok.
We saw your first video, 120 million views, blew up.
We have a lot of views. I don't know how many, but it was a lot. We did it with Dana.
You went viral.
We were sort of getting ready to walk into the arena, and it was.
Are you triggered? Wait, what? You're just jealous he's not glazing? Why would I be triggered by
a lot of crowd, and there wasn't a negative voice in the whole house.
Let's do it again.
I want to respect the time. I'd like to grab a couple photos, shoot this TikTok.
Absolutely.
120 million views on the way.
Absolutely.
Thank you for joining us on Impulsive, Mr. President.
It's an honor to be with you. You guys are great.
Yeah.
And good luck with your book over here. That's important stuff.
Thank you so much.
An incredible job you did to get out of it, right?
If you're ever bored on a plane to Tuscaloosa or something, you want to give it a talk?
Yeah, bro, he doesn't know how to read, okay? Come on, Michael. It's not happening. Let's be real, big dog.
I think it's such an important subject. One of the most important subjects, actually. It's great that you did it. Thank
Ladies
you so
and
much.
gentlemen, thank you for watching this episode of Impulsive. With Donald Trump, Mr. President. We love you. Hit that subscribe button. We'll see you next time. Take it easy. Peace.
Man, it was wonderful that this happened. It's wonderful it's over. You guys are ridiculous. I'm so happy that they did this. I'm glad that they did this. I'm glazing. I don't give a I wish there was more content in it, honestly. I do. I wish there was more content. It was like I wish there were more funny moments from Trump. And I stand by my unironic.
Natalie Reynolds, a name I wish I didn't have to say. I don't even want to give her the recognition by saying her name. An evil, scummy person. I have to wait for the cursing. I have to wait for the cursing of YouTube monetization, a few 15 seconds before I can say what I wanted to say, because they keep demonetizing me for curse words in the beginning that aren't even there. She's a nasty bitch. She's an evil bitch. An evil cunty bitch. And not cunty in the serving way. Cunty in the bitchy way. Cunty in the cunty way. I hate this woman. and I don't get angry about most people. Natalie Reynolds sucks. Natalie Reynolds, I know more about than most people that know about her do, because I found her a long time ago. I also found Jack Doherty a long time ago, before anyone else knew about these awful human beings. And I found Natalie because she was friends with Jack Doherty and did OnlyFans modeling while like working with him. Like he took a split. He's done this with other girls too. Really weird. The kid, I mean, doesn't even look like he's 18 years old, but he was managing OnlyFans girls, and she was one of them. This fucker right here, Natalie Reynolds, creepiest OnlyFans model ever, and I called her that because she did kiss or slap with an 8-year-old. I think that's fair. Well, she's gone on to be actually worse, just straight up worse. Recently, this happened. News, streamer Natalie Reynolds dares vulnerable woman who can't swim to jump into a lake and then runs away laughing while the woman yells for help. Human scum. As Reynolds fled the scene, a fire truck was seen driving towards the lake. According to the Austin Fire Department, they had responded to emergency at Lady Bird Lake. Stop, seriously, you're actually freaking me out. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. She said she's drowning. She said she left the scene. The woman reportedly offered $20 to jump in the water. It is unclear what her current condition is. Yeah, so this happened 5 days ago, and this piece of shit kind of enticed a woman, mentally not all there on something, to jump into the water for $20, and the woman told her before she can't swim, and she still did anyway. She all while mocking that she's gonna push her in, and as soon as it happens, they do nothing to help and they leave the scene. Fucking hate her. Now this is on the back of so many other things that have already happened. Quick refresher, you might have seen these like clips and videos before. This is Natalie Reynolds when she wore no clothes to the gym. I think she's wearing a fucking thong or something. She paints her legs just to try to antagonize people. Like, it's not even a prank.
I mean, she's covered.
Yeah, she's covered.
I'm recording that.
She does the same thing as Jack Doherty. She's got security with her, and she's trying to pick fights. It's not a prank. It's trying to antagonize people and ruin their day, you know? We had the very classic pretending to kidnap kids prank, but this one was actually set up to be fake, where they called fake cop to arrest them, and you could tell because the cop is holding a gun like he's about to fucking assassinate them.
Get out of the car now! Okay.
You don't really arrest people like this for the most part. So they set that one up. Whatever. Great prank regardless. Here's Natalie Reynolds who kills a pig live on stream. I feel like this one didn't get enough attention. Obviously, I'm not going to fucking play it. You got scared for a second. I almost got you there. Straight up just fucking murdered a pig. I guess she was with hunters, but didn't even think that, like, maybe I either shouldn't do this or I shouldn't film myself doing this. She also did this thing where she goes to a neighborhood of registered sex offenders, or at least is known for that, for housing mostly registered sex offenders, and dresses as a fucking, like, little girl giving out cupcakes to try to bait a reaction, which I'm not saying I got sympathy for these fuckers, but I don't know, let them just chill and not fucking egg them on in the creepiest way possible. I think you're fucking weird for this, like, honestly. So this is all like within the last like 4 months. So she is just desperate for attention. And also on top of all this, she's 25. I'm 25 for the next 2 hours and 34 minutes. How the fuck is she my age? Charlie made a video and covered woman almost drowning situation 4 days ago. She almost killed someone on stream. She responds with a tweet. She deleted this. I remembered this and I was like, wait, what? Hold on, what the fuck is this tweet? YouTuber Penguin Zero clickbaits and uses old woman almost drowning for views. I think there's a reason she deleted it. It's fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. You did that. He's not clickbaiting shit. You did that. First, let's look at the actual stream. Just how bad could it be? For the first time ever on the Gunner TV live stream, let's watch a kick stream. Yeah. First off, a brand segue buffer. You're welcome. And thank you to Aura for sponsoring this video. If you've ever Googled yourself, you'd quickly find out that your information is everywhere, like I did a year ago when some creepy weirdo tried to find out where I live. That's because these pesky little guys called data brokers sell your information to scammers, spammers, and anyone else who may want to target you. Those robocalls you're getting? Yeah, that's because of them. I've never been to Cleveland, Ohio, thank God, so why am I getting so many calls from there? It's not just your phone number. These data brokers are selling your full name, email, home address, health records, and your relatives' information to anyone buying. That's why I use Aura, because they show me which data brokers are selling my information and submit opt-out requests for me. I mentioned it last time, I'll do it again. Just recently, AT&T announced that over 73 million customer data of existing and former customers were released onto the dark web. That's a lot of people, and one of them could be you or me. And their recommendation was that people affected use strong passwords, monitor account activity, and consider credit freezes or fraud alerts from credit bureaus. Not to act like I'm better than you, but I am. Aura already does all that for me. So if I was one of the people whose information was released into the dark web, I wouldn't worry because Aura's always on and taking care of me. I can't say the same for you, though. Exposed data looking at. What, you just put a big, hey, take my data sign, you know, above you. So if you care about your privacy like me, get yourself on over to aura.com/GunnerTV Live to start your 2-week free trial. Also linked in the description. That's aura.com/GunnerTV Live. 2-week free trial. Go, 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 go. Thank you, Aura, for sponsoring this video. And buffer's over now. I hope you're ready. I'm not. Backstory on the stream, they're doing something called a scavenger hunt. I don't know why I said something called. You know what the fuck a scavenger hunt is. They're doing a live streamer scavenger hunt that I think is still going on. They're winning like 30K, hosted by a guy named Ice Beside Me. This is relevant information, believe it or not. So the goal of this is to scan a QR code that's like attached to a bridge on the water. So you gotta get out there, swim by boat or whatever. That's how we get to this situation. So they're first talking about how they're gonna get to this QR code scan. I think this is a very interesting comment to make, knowing everything that happens later.
Someone died good. We're gonna go there right now and risk our lives. So I don't care.
That's funny in retrospect. She said someone died good.
Do you want to jump in together? Yeah, do you want to have a play date? You want to jump in with me? Yeah. Then I'll do it with you. I'd rather go skinny dipping with you if I'm being honest. Really? Yeah. Want to? You want to skinny dip? Yeah. Are you really going to do it? Oh, yeah. I'll do it. Yeah, you want to skinny dip? Yeah. Deadass? Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah, well, Chad, like, oh, they're all saying you're sexy and shit. Really? Yeah, they're all saying W woman, she's thick as fuck.
25 years old. 25 years old. So far, nothing crazy. Clearly fucking with her, but nothing crazy. Exploitative for sure. Put a camera in her face, whatever. So far, she's just interacting. It's whatever. She knows they're not supposed to swim there, though. Like, you go to this dock that's owned by other people. There's, like, equipment to rent there. You're not supposed to jump in there.
I'll give you $20. $20? Yeah, that's a no. That's a good deal. $20? Yeah, so you go in. No, you gotta go in. You go in, you try to find the scanner. You're gonna jump in with me. I'll jump in after you. We're jumping together. You jump in and
said right there. I don't know what she said right there, but probably something like, she's gonna do it, not me.
Do it together. Are you drunk? If you do it, you said you were going to. Come on, let's do it. I dare you.
See, like, so she can identify, all right? If you're in this situation, you can identify that something is wrong with this lady. Something. She's either drunk, she's mentally unwell, whatever. She's not, I mean, she's cognizant, she's talking, but like, you can talk to her, it's fine. I'm not saying you can't fucking talk to these people, but you don't put them in a situation where like, yeah, jump in, you know? She offered to jump in. You as a normal person would say, oh, I don't think we're allowed to swim here. But no, it's her goal right now is to actually trick her to jump in by herself. Not only encourage her to jump in, which she shouldn't do, but also trick her to jump in.
You jump in and I'll jump in right after you. No, you won't. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. You want me to take off my jacket? You want to see me naked? Yeah, I sure do. Are you fucking kidding me right now? No, I'm not. What the fuck? You're gorgeous. I'm 17. Oh my God. Well, you're too young for me. I know, I'm 17. Well, that's too young, but hey.
And then a classic Natalie hilarious joke, you know, whether she's in fucking sex offender neighborhoods, pretend to be fucking 7 years old, or meeting someone who's not well and telling them she's underage after she said that she wanted to go skinny dipping with her too. It's just fucking with the lady.
She wants to go skinny dipping. I'll do it if she does it. You still want to skinny dip? Yeah. With you. If you go first, we'll do rock, paper, scissors. If you go first, just can you look for the scanner? Scanner. There's a scanner that you need to look for in the water. Really? Yeah. What if I drown? Then I haven't been in the water. What is you said you want to jump in. I do kind of want to jump in.
Again, the only saving grace I'll give her, not even saving grace, but like the only credit is like, yes, woman said, let's go swimming first. Now it's up to you to be like, no. Like, that's it. It's on you now. You say no. You don't encourage and try to trick them as well.
Oh, and I'm scuba certified. You should jump in.
And also tells her she's scuba certified.
And I think if you jump in, you'll be able to find the scanner.
Just for when she tries to talk about it, there's a lot of comments here that are important. Mainly that she offers her $20 to do it, and she says it's okay.
Can't jump in and not gonna get in trouble. Right? No.
I can jump in, I'm not gonna get in trouble, right? She says no.
No. All right.
That's the main line. Like, that's the biggest one. I can jump in and I'm not going to get in trouble, right? No, you're not going to get in trouble. I know nothing. We just showed up to this place to rent fucking kayaks. Yo, you could jump in.
My feet were getting
You should just jump in right now.
But I'm gonna jump in with my shoes on.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah, ready?
And then there's a $20 comment, which you made earlier. Okay, anyways, what immediately happens is those lifeguard people who also like, they're not even lifeguards, they're just people that own this rental service over here and like probably are watching the dock with like these owners of whatever pavilion this is or whatever. They run over immediately because they're like, oh yeah, this is like a woman who hangs out here and isn't well, but like we're not fucking police. We can't just like escort her off. We just make sure she's not jumping in. But Natalie just fucking made her jump in, so they immediately run over her like, what the fuck, you know? Now, whatever Natalie's defense for later is, let's watch her reaction to this whole situation because it is disgusting shit.
I'm not sure at all.
Are you guys renting equipment?
I thought she was like working here or something.
Oh, did you?
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, I thought she was working here. That's the first one, first response. I thought she was working here. Sure you did, Natalie. Sure you did.
Who the fuck was that? Did you see her ass when she jumped in? Did you see her ass? Oh, that's so funny.
All these responses are immediately no regret. They don't know that she's drowning yet. They don't know that she can't swim yet. But she walked away immediately. And it's just like, oh, I don't even care. I don't give a fuck. You see her ass? W's in chats. W's in chats.
I can't believe she did that. Is she like mentally okay? Oh shit. Run, wait, should we leave? Are they gonna call the cops?
What you're watching in action here is very interesting, actually. This is called a kick streamer in the wild, and you are looking at, in real time, these fuckers' crazy brain where they have to watch their chat react to what they just did to have any understanding of what's happening. It's very interesting to watch these kick streamers in public. They have got one phone with the chat, and they're just glued to it, and they will ignore everyone outside of it just to understand what's happening, because they're just so stupid.
I did not know she was mentally ill. I thought she was just trying to have fun. I thought she was drunk or something. I don't know what you guys are talking.
Same difference.
Wait, why is she just here though? If she's like mentally ill, does she just like roam around the like area?
That's a fair question in general. You know, like, oh, like what? She's, you know, near water or whatever. If you didn't do what you just did, like you can't be asking those questions. Like, oh, so no one's watching her. Like she's got no guardian or anything. But you just said, jump in, you won't get in trouble. I'll give you $20. Those questions don't mean anything anymore.
See, now she's just floating in the water. I think she's on drugs. I thought you could swim here. I don't know what's going on. Am I gonna get in trouble? I'm gonna get arrested. Wait, are we leaving?
Yeah, we can't get the boat. Thank you.
Why?
Because we're gonna get stuck.
We need to get a kayak.
And then we have to go to the other kayak place.
Kayak from here is
Did you see that lady jumped in?
Yeah.
I
didn't know she was mentally ill.
You made her jump in?
What did you say?
Well, I said, do you want to go skinny dipping together? And she said, yeah, and she jumped in.
Bro, you asked. Yeah, she agreed, but like, you asked.
She's floating away. I don't know, dude. I don't know what's going on. They're saying I killed her. I don't know. I thought she was drunk. I wanted to have fun. I don't know.
If she dies, that's kind
No,
of
no. I'm going to kill myself.
These people are so detached from the situation happening, like right in front of them. Like, I can't imagine this mindset of just being glued to your phone, looking at chat messages and not looking at the thing you just caused and like looking over to see, is she good? There's like some people over there, like you caused it. You want to go double check?
I can't feel. I can only float.
Oh, she might literally die.
No, stop. Seriously, don't stop. Please, you're actually freaking me out. No, please. Please, don't. No, she's floating.
Drowning.
I'm gonna fucking kill her. She thinks she's drowning.
Normal adjusted human reaction to that information. Oh my god. I'm this little fucker with this little goofy ass smile on his face too.
We leave.
Oh, this is bad.
Oh, this is bad. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Sorry, I didn't know. She said she's
Someone's in trouble? Let's all leave. Let's all get out of here. Roll, squad.
drowning. She thinks she's drowning.
Didn't you literally just murder?
No, I didn't. I swear.
Now she'll go on later to say that this reaction was when people are in states of panic, laughing is a coping mechanism, which I find to just be the most preposterous lie you could use for this situation, because like we can see everything. Like it's not, some people laugh when fucked up shit happens as like a way to like, you're not even sure if it's real for a second kind of thing. Her laughing is almost from the entire beginning to the end to show that she's making fun of this woman and she thinks this whole thing is hilarious.
No, I didn't. Let's go.
As they're laughing, running away.
She's trapped. drowning in the lake.
And like saying that, like none of that's like laughing, like I'm scared, you know, kind of thing. It's like I'm scared for my career laughter.
They told me to leave, guys. They told me I can't.
They told her to walk out from the dock. They didn't say you have to leave. They said walk away, we'll take care of it. You still stick around and show a little concern. They didn't tell you to like fucking dip. They said like, oh, like we'll get her. You know, like, oh, you fucking convinced the lady that hangs out here to jump in. Like you shouldn't have done that. Get away. You're gonna make things worse.
If she's really that mentally ill, she shouldn't be by the water in the first place. I didn't know. And why are they allowing her to be over there when they knew she was mentally ill?
Why are you gonna allow a mentally ill person by the water for me to convince to jump in and drown? That's their fault. That's on them. That's their fault.
Yeah, let's even get a kayak. Let's get the fuck out of here. Oh shit, how are we gonna?
Let's just continue our day. Let's go back to the scavenger hunt somewhere else.
We should just cancel the scavenger hunt, go to the tattoo shop at this point. Oh my god!
There's a fire truck. Nah, this is bad.
Natalie.
This is really bad.
Oh, I'm gonna fuck myself.
This is bad. This could be on Dexerto.
But that wasn't my intention. Though.
Do you see how these fuckers think? It is crazy. Their thought processes. It is wild. And that's like the line that shows it. Like, it's bad PR. This could be on Dexerto. Not Dexerto. Oh, God. We could be ruined.
I hate this shit. This wasn't even like my intention. I was just trying to get a kayak.
He's watching the clip.
I didn't tell you to jump in.
Dude, it's so bizarre to watch like real time people make excuses for something that's like so obviously bad.
Chat is mad. Nat didn't help. There was nothing I could do. I'm moving on. Keep talking about it. I'm not even responding to any of your comments anymore. I don't care. Keep saying shit. Whatever.
That comment is crazy. There was nothing I could do. Not a singular thing I could do. Both in it happening and reacting to it. Nothing I could have done. Okay, now we keep moving. They continue with their goddamn scavenger hunt. They end up fucking taking a boat out. They get the tag or whatever. Gunner had to watch all this shit. You're welcome. To get to where this fucker, simp friend here, who doesn't want to be called a simp, at 3:58, finally has watched the clip and just straight up says it was bad.
I did watch the clip, and you did say you should jump in.
What?
Watch the clip back. You said you should jump in.
But she wanted to jump
So technically, if she dies,
He mustered up a little bit of strength and spoke back to her. Oh, just like that's a little bit of strength. He kind of said it really not very confidently, but he's like, Natalie, hey, I actually did watch it back, and you kind of told her to jump in.
No, because she has free will. She can jump in if she wants. It's like
nice. He folded. The immediate fold. She is free will. No, I guess you're right. No, I guess you're right. Sorry, my bad. I shouldn't tell you that. I'm stupid. All to say, that is that stream. Pretty fucking bad. 1 day later. I want to clarify this. This is 1 day later stream. Let's address it. Now that we've had time to cool off, and after Dexerto has posted about us, ooh, Dexerto. Oh God, bad PR. Oh no, we're fucked. Let's see Natalie Reynolds' response to being called out for convincing a mentally unwell person to go swimming when they say they can't swim, and having a fire truck called because they get stuck and almost drowned. Let's see a completely normal, an everyday thing that we all get into sometimes. I mean, I was just telling my buddy Will, this happened to me 3 days ago. I was just passing by a river, and I just had to turn to the homeless guy on the bench and say, hey, I'll give you $25 to jump in that water and wear these ankle weights. And I strapped it to him, and I was like, $25, do it. And he did it. Not my fault. Why was he there? Why was he there? That's on the community for even letting him be there outside in public.
Okay, this is my thing. I feel like I always get dragged online, like crazy out of proportion for a lot of the things that I do. Maybe because, I don't know, I feel like a lot of people just love to hate on me online before they even get to watch my full streams. Like, all of my clips that get posted are always really bad ones. Like, I've done so many other things that are way better that just never get posted. Because people love to hate, people love to start drama, they love to drag out shit online. And I went up to some lady at this pond that I was at.
Wild first response. That we just love to hate you and that it's all out of context. You can watch your full streams. If you watch your full streams, it's still bad.
Like, I'm trying to figure out a scavenger hunt, and then next thing you know, I run into some lady that wants to see me naked and jump into the water with me, and she has no pants on.
These responses are just idiotic. It's just yapping. It's just a yap explanation, a yapsplanation. Nothing is excused. You're not countering anything. You're just saying, oh, it was just so random. It was just so random and quirky. What was I supposed to do? It just kind of happened.
And then right when she jumped in, the workers came up to me and said, you have to leave, like, get out of here. And I wanted to see what was going on. I wanted to help her. But they told me I had to leave and get
What
out
a rewriting of history, man. They told you just to walk away from the dock. That's all they did. You're the ones that decided to leave. It's you could watch your streams. It's just a lie. It's just a bold-faced lie. They told me I had to leave. They told me I had to sprint out there. They told me I had to fucking run like a fucking tiger.
I don't know. It just fucking felt retarded. I don't know. But I'm not saying sorry for it.
There's so many other like lines you could do to contradict too. Like, I felt bad. Like, no, I can quote you saying I don't care like 3 times. I don't care. No, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I didn't do anything wrong.
I didn't do anything wrong, and people drag everything out.
Holy fuck! It just happened.
People do way worse shit every single day, but the second I do something that's a big issue. So yeah, that's
people honestly don't do worse shit every single day. That's the crazy thing. Like, this is not a daily thing of people. Like, I don't know who does worse shit every single day besides you.
I don't know. I think it's just retarded. I think I'm just sick of.
Yeah, she just says it nonstop. It's so annoying. It's like, literally, are you 15 years old? No, you're 25. I had to look it up.
How hard I tried in the underwater stream and then it failed. Like, no one posts about that, but then they'll post me going up to some old lady.
I did this line too. So I love this. Usually when people say like, oh, people never talk about the good things I do. That was like a whole Andrew Tate thing. He's like, oh, I donated to schools. They never talk about the good things I do. Her line is different because she doesn't do good things. Her line is, they never talk about like the good streams I have. So like, no one talked about my underwater stream the other day. It's like, yeah, no one gives a fuck about you. We didn't give a fuck about you then. We don't give a fuck about you now. We're only covering you because you're a terrible person. We're not covering you for your underwater stream. You're not donating to charity though. Don't act like you're a fucking saint besides this. You're just talking about how you have other streams where you don't convince people to jump in water.
That's why I don't care. And at the end of the day, we're all gonna die. We're all on a floating rock. Nothing matters. And yeah.
You know, I love that philosophy. We're on a floating rock, nothing matters. I just think usually that's supposed to be spun in an optimistic way. Nothing matters, have confidence, no one's gonna remember, whatever. It's not usually spun in a malicious fuck people over, hurt people. We're all just on a floating rock in space. Commit crimes. Who cares? It's just the universe. Be the chaos. And then what'd you say right after that?
Yeah, that's why I do what I do. I love what I do.
That's why I do what I do. I love what I do. I do it for you guys. That's why I fuck with homeless people. I do it for you all.
Look at one clip and instantly fall for it and think that person's a bad person when you don't even know who they are. They don't know who I am. They obviously never actually watched my streams because I feel like I do.
If there was any creators on platforms online that you could tell like something about, where you could like, oh, you kind of get into like their head and know who they are, it would be people that are live streaming. It's like when you see me for 3 hours or you see her for 5 hours. Yeah, there can be slip ups and you might get clipped or whatever. And she does, but she clearly looks for it. You can go back into the stream and you can watch her for 3 or 4 hours like I unfortunately did, and you can tell a lot. You don't have to like do the clips shit. You don't have to say it's all clips. It's not. We can see you. I can see you.
And they never want to give me recognition for that. They want to give me recognition for a 5 second effort.
That's why at the end of the day, this is really funny, guys, and that's why we can all celebrate in this. Is that like all of this is saying like we're the same amount of followers. Her chat is like I don't want to play the fucking metrics or whatever, but like she's not doing fantastic. Like not to the point of like what this is worth it, you know, and not at all.
The old lady did perfect dive. That's what I'm saying. She did a perfect dive, but then she started making it seem like she was drowning to get herself out of that situation for jumping. It was just a stupid situation. Like I don't know why everything.
So now this is a new angle she's just added on. The lady's actually a fucking liar. I thought this was hilarious. I've never seen her say this again, but like out of nowhere, she's like, well, that's also really weird is that she had a really good dive for him. So I think she was just making the whole thing up actually. Now, wouldn't it be crazy if the next day, the same day after that happened, she assaults somebody? After all of that, after this whole debacle, nothing's been learned. And then she assaults a dude. Assault. All right. She shoots a guy with a paintball gun. For no reason. He's not wearing any protective gear. She just shoots a guy with a paintball gun. Just outside. I consider it assault. You know, you could shoot the guy in the eye. You know, he's not wearing anything. I'm going to give you some fucking context, even though there's really no reason for it. You're supposed to find some dude in the woods. That's what the scavenger hunt is. You find a guy in the woods. They brought paintball guns. You're not supposed to do that. She thinks it's okay because the guy who made the scavenger hunt said you're allowed to sabotage other teams. So she brings a fucking paintball gun and just assumes it's okay to just shoot people with paintball guns. Like, never cleared it with anybody. Just like, oh, like sabotage? All right, so I can shoot people? Bet. All right, I'm not going to ask anybody about this. I'm just going to bring a paintball gun, shoot first, ask questions later. And that's exactly what she does. So somebody actually finds the guy first, so she loses. Somebody finds the guy first. Another guy who also seems like he sucks. I think he says the N-word in this encounter. But so the guy's already been found, and they're like, oh, he's up ahead. Another streamer already found him. There we go.
That's assault. That's assault. And I don't have glasses on. That's against TOS. Bro, what the fuck is wrong? Whoa. Don't come at me with a fucking firearm, bitch. And yes, I disarmed you. You're fucking psycho. No, you're the psycho, bitch. Look at my arm, you psychotic walk. Stand, bitch. No, we don't need no. Stand, bitch. Shoot me again, whore.
I don't think this guy's a good guy either. But he says the N-word, but like, so deserved, dude. Like, it's so deserved. You just shot a guy unprovoked with a paintball gun. Like, I think they know him, like, just for being in the same circles, but like, it is assault. Like, it is. You could be like, oh, it's just a paintball gun. Yeah, if I'm like with my buddies, like, and one of us shoots each other, I would still be upset if it was like unprovoked or we like weren't doing anything. I'd be less upset because I'm like, oh, it's my friend, it's a paintball gun. This is like a random dude. It'd be like if I just walked over to Gabby Bell and shot her with a paintball gun. Like, we're just hanging out at VidCon, and I shoot Gabby Bell with a paintball gun. Like, yeah, we know of each other. We're in the same circle. I still think I just assaulted her, you know? So, like, you know, good on him. Yeah, he disarmed her.
No, we don't need no. We're good. Hands, bitch. Shoot me again. Hold on. I will. I've got the gun now. Suck up. Fuck off. We're good. You got a gun too. Pass me the gun. No, we can't. Pass me the gun. Chill the fuck out. Chill. You trust me? Chill the fuck out right now. Don't take me down, nigga.
That's the N-word. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, hey, you're escalating, fam. Stop.
Hey, you're escalating, fam. Bro, your girl that you're riding with shot him first. He's trying to take the guns away. And yeah, you'd be like, oh, he doesn't need to take that guy's gun away. But she shot him, you know? He's going to give him back, but, you know.
What? I have the gun. No, he's being psycho, dude.
This guy's being crazy, dude. This guy's being crazy. I just shot him. This guy's a psycho. This guy's psycho. They just let psychos walk out in the woods like this? I mean, technically, like, you know, if you're a psycho and they just let you walk in the woods like this, I mean, I can just shoot you. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, like, why are they just letting this guy walk around out here, you know? Nothing I do is my fault. I'm just having fun. I have no agency. We're all just on a spinning rock in space.
I'm allowed to do this. To assault other I said it was allowed. So paintball guns.
Look at my eyes.
You knew.
Did you sign it this time?
On purpose.
I'm protecting Mando, my team.
Dude, what's wrong with you? It's an Einstein scoundrel.
She just said it's allowed. You knew this. I've not seen any proof of that anywhere. I see it's allowed in retrospect. If there's something somewhere to be like, oh, like you're all said we're okay shooting toward paper guns at any point, then I guess she's fine here. I haven't seen that anywhere. I feel like she's just lying right there. She said you're allowed to sabotage. They said you're okay with that. And then she uses paintball guns and says that that's okay. That's what I'm gathering from everything I've watched. And again, I had to watch this whole fucking stream, so.
The Daily Mail checked this bitch out on that. Don't touch the gun.
Then you should dig in the Daily Mail involved, whether it was him or somebody else, but Daily Mail did actually cover it, so this story has gotten pretty big now. And like, yeah, expose this fucker. I hate her, dude. U.S. streamer Natalie Reynolds was seen in wild clash with scavenger hunter who accused her of assault just days after convincing vulnerable woman to jump into the lake.
Hey, at least I got him in one shot.
For a meeting, I suggest you be there. 20 minutes.
You're a psychopath. You did this on purpose.
Bro,
You knew what he was signing
you're
up
old
for.
as shit, you pussy. Hey, you're a fucking old bitch.
It's a scavenger hunt. We're allowed to sabotage and you're being a pussy. Hello?
Dude, somebody shoot her with a paintball gun. She has no idea what it feels like. I bet you. Shoot her with a paintball gun, please. One more thing. She responded again in passing by comment in reference to like Moist Critical, Charlie covering it, and like everyone talking about it.
Every single person that makes videos shooting on other creators is just as bad. Like they're acting like they're like some perfect, like amazing person when they're not.
I think that point is her R slur that she keeps using. I think that point is so fucking stupid that people that are talking about her heinous actions are just as bad, and that we're on moral high ground. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm better than you. That's for sure. I'm not doing this shit you're doing. And also, Charlie's not clickbaiting. It's to echoing her tweet where she's like, Charlie's clickbaiting woman drowning. The woman drowning that you caused. We're not clickbaiting awful shit. We're clickbaiting awful shit that you did. We're not like talking about it as if like, oh, like she almost drowned. We're not doing what you do and like, look, she almost died. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? It's like, no, you could talk about bad things and not be like strictly monetizing off of evil, you know? Like I'm monetizing this video right now talking about her being an evil person. Hell yeah, I'm gonna make money off of shitting on you. You suck. I'll gladly take a paycheck for that too. Is it my sole motivator for shitting on you? No. I would like to think my other motivators are a vehicle for comedy, shitting on you. Did I mention that? Double shitting on you. And 3, maybe you spread positivity by saying, hey, look at this thing we can all agree on sucks. And I think that kind of brings people together in a way, you know? Where it's like, hey, we all agree there's so much evil and bad things in the world. Look at this evil thing right here. That sucks. We all agree it sucks, right? We all agree that's a cunty person and not serving it. Yeah, I think so too. And that kind of makes us feel good as a whole and hopefully spread morals that are just slightly better than your twisted, sick ones. So yeah, Natalie Reynolds, fuck you. Hope you get banned on Kick.
Wait, listen, how old are you? I'm 19.
Oh, I'm 16.
You said 18?
Yeah.
Happy Pride Month, everyone. It's a great time of the year for rainbow whoppers, rainbow Vaseline, and of course, rainbow ew. But what I'm talking about today is unfortunately not gay at all. And it's also not prideful. In fact, I would say it's shameful. They should rename this book Shameful. It's called Credence. Have you heard of it? If your answer is no, nice, very nice. But if you or a loved one has read Credence, you might be entitled to financial compensation. I started reading this like 3 months ago, but I had to take a huge break at about 200 pages because I thought I actually might flatline. Credence was written by best-selling author Penelope Douglas, and it has over 331,000 reviews on Goodreads alone, which is actually scary, like scarier than Ollie London looks, because this book contains as follows: rednecks, e-bikes. But all of this is just supposed to be spicy, like a little spicy book talk book. Oh my god, did you read that? Did you read that book yet? Credence is about a 17-year-old girl named Tyrion DeHaas. And I may or may not be saying that name wrong, but in due time, you'll see why I cannot be bothered to correct myself. The book begins with Tyrion dealing with the aftermath of her ultra-famous movie star parents committing duels together. Yes, crazy ass sentence, I know. But the lore is that Tiernan's mom and dad were so in love with each other that they regretted ever having her. And this caused them to emotionally neglect her in various ways, such as not inviting her to famous people haberdasheries and kind of just ignoring her at home. And so on this day of their death, Tiernan doesn't really have a reaction to this just because she had already emotionally distanced herself from this relationship. Now, I personally visualize Tiernan's parents as Machine Gun Kelly and Megan Fox, simply because one of the biggest problems was that they matched each other's freak too much. And so, I'll be using this picture to represent them. In the following pages, we learn that the catalyst for them to end their lives was that Tiernan's dad had terminal cancer, and so rather than live without him, they both just ended it. All of that, and they didn't even leave her a note. Next, let's talk about Mirai. Mirai is the family housekeeper, as well as Tiernan's mom's assistant, and she is the only person who does care about Tiernan in this entire book, with an asterisk, of course, because on this very day of death, Mirai offers to spend the night in the house with Tiernan, but Tiernan's like, no, it's good, I'm fine. And for some reason, she believes her. Like, dude, this child needs a Kane's 3-finger combo and a YouTube video stat. And side note, isn't it kind of interesting that the only person of color in this whole book is a housekeeper? Penelope, you son of a bitch. With that being said, the plot so far was actually pretty interesting to me, and I felt that Tiernan had the potential to be a fascinating character. I mean, there's just so much you can do with this storyline, which really makes it such a shame that in the following chapters, we get spoon-fed some diabolical dookie that completely overrides any shadow of a... Later that night, Tiernan gets a phone call from an unknown distant relative named Uncle Jake, full government name Jake Vanderberg. And basically, he is the stepbrother of her newly deceased father, Hans. And he's like, hello, your parents listed me as your legal guardiana if these circumstances were to ever arise. And he goes on to say, like, listen up, kid. I live with my 2 sons in Colorado in the middle of nowhere, and you're almost 18, so I'm not gonna like force you to come over here, but you can if you want to. And Tiernan makes the hasty decision within a few hours that, hey, I'm gonna actually try to go live with these people and meet them because they're my family. And for some reason, Mirai is just like, yeah, dude, go for it. Go live with these 3 men who you've never met before in your life and are gonna be living with them in the wilderness. But before we talk more about the brain rot that is this book, let's talk about something that is actually good for your brain. Straight Arrow News is a website and app that's dedicated to getting you the truth. We live in a time where we're just so overwhelmed with information that we sometimes lose track of what's what and where it's coming from, whether it be news about tech, business, international news, or just politics in general. So something I really appreciate about Straight Arrow News is the organization and effort that they've made to make things as transparent as possible. If you head over to their opinion section, they tell you if these articles were written by somebody who is left-leaning or right-leaning. So you can go into it already knowing their angle or bias. I am personally on the left spectrum, so I've been really appreciating the coverage that Adrian Lawrence and Dr. Rashad Ritchie have been doing. They both have great video libraries and they explain things in a very accessible way. Now, I think Straight Arrow News is really important because if people are able to see the way others in media are discussing things on either end of the political spectrum, then they themselves might be able to tackle these subjects in a more informed way. And knowing the way that the opposite side thinks allows room for real meaningful conversations about politics. They also have a media miss category that covers news that nobody else is really reporting on, which is great because then you can discover reporting that you're not seeing from biased mainstream media outlets. Hence the miss. Go to sand.com/Nikki and check it out for yourself. You can visit my link or download the app, and if you do, you're not only supporting me, but also a free news platform that's raising the bar for journalism and getting you the truth. Thank you so much for sponsoring me, Straight Arrow News, and now back to the video. Welcome back. Okay, so Tiernan flies to Colorado, right? And this is where she meets Uncle Jake for the first time. And so right away, from Tiernan's point of view, he's established as being a very attractive man. He's described as 6'2", athletic, with short cropped dark blonde hair and blue eyes. So basically Sawyer from Lost, but probably more racist. Peace and love to the actor who plays Sawyer. He does not deserve to be roped into this, but he will be the visual representation of Jake nonetheless. And just right off the bat, this guy is cringe as fuck. Like, one of the first things he says to Tiernan is accuse her of liking caramel macchiatos because she's from California. And it's just like, sir, her parents just died. You get to drink 10 beers in a day and use 5-in-1 fucking shampoo, and nobody tells you anything about it. But Tiernan's like, I don't drink caramel macchiatos. You know, Senorita Awesome coded.
Those white girl pumpkin spice lattes annoy me.
When she initially arrives to Jake's house, there's like a sense of freedom that floods her. Like, okay, I can just be out in nature. I don't have to think about my parents. I don't have to deal with the press because, once again, they were like really famous. And it's in sections of the book like this where I feel like Penelope Douglas actually shows that she kind of is a competent writer. Like, just for an example, here's a quick passage about Tiernan enjoying nature. In the distance, in perfect view between the trees, beyond the balcony, stands a mountain. Its granite peak gray and foreboding, skirted with green pines and topped with white clouds that make the scene so beautiful, I stop breathing. Holy shit, it's just there. A cathedral, sitting in front of a blue sky, and before I can stop myself, I raise my hand, reaching for it like I want to take it in my fist. But all I can feel is the warm hands through my fingers. This honestly makes me feel like Penelope Douglas might just be like a right-wing grifter, but like of the book world, if that makes sense. Because there's so much money that you can make off of these like weird, creepy, fetish book talk books. And she might have just seen a bag and was like, okay, I'm gonna get it. But either way, low-key, I kind of think somebody should check her hard drive. We'll get into that in a second. But back to Tiernan's first night at Uncle Jake's house. So she notices a early 20s looking woman leaving Jake's bedroom. And this will be an unfortunate recurring theme because all three of the Vanderberg boys are like ladies' men. She also meets one of Jake's sons, cousin Noah. And now Noah is actually supposed to be the softie out of the two brothers. But I'm just gonna tell you already, in reality, he is bare minimum creepy. But anyways, he's 20 years old, he has blue eyes and blonde hair, and if he was real, he would probably have a picture of himself holding up a giant fish on Bumble. Now, Noah's whole lore is that he wants to leave this small town and go explore the world like really badly, but his dad is adamant that he stays here and helps out with their farm. He's also really good at motocross, but his dad is constantly like berating him to stop and like telling him that's not a real career. Like, Jake really gives some Troy Bolton's dad, like High School Musical dad vibes. Tiernan also notices that Noah is very attractive, and he basically looks like a mini version of Jake. And at this point, Tiernan still hasn't met her other cousin, Caleb, but Noah and Jake Jake both warn her that he's very standoffish and he actually doesn't talk at all to anyone. So don't take it personally if he's not very like receptive to anything you say. The following day, Jake starts teaching Tiernan how to ride on a horseback, and she immediately feels like there's sort of like a weird tension between them. Even as they're just riding the same horse, he's holding on to the reins and like his arms are kind of touching her thighs. And is now a good time to mention that Jake is over the age of 40? What the sigma? Sorry. Also something to note, right away there is a very pungent stink of misogyny in the Vanderberg house. Like, woo! That is stinky. It stinks in here. Jake assigns her to kitchen duty and says, burn the bacon, Tiernan. Me and the boys like it that way. His excuse for this is that they need to all get work done at the barn and they don't have time for this, which begs the question, how the fuck did they eat before Tiernan moved here? In the following days, Tiernan notices that Jake has a tattoo that says, My Mexico. And what is the lore behind that tattoo, you might be asking? It's something very stupid. We'll get to it in a second. But things start escalating between her and Jake pretty quickly. I mean, literally on day 3, Tiernan gets a splinter in her finger and Jake uses his mouth to suck it out. Okay, have you ever heard of tweezers? Tweezers, my love. But anyways, Noah brings his motocross friends up to the house, and right away, him and Jake have this whole sentiment of like, do not talk to the local boys. They are nothing but trouble. As well as telling her that she needs to dress appropriately, which is all really funny because the call is so coming from inside the house. Noah also starts flirting with Tiernan pretty obnoxiously. Like, he says things like, you have a pretty smile, cuz. If you stay, I'll make you smile some more. Another example is, come over here. I don't bite. My little cousin, at least. We switch to Jake's point of view in the next chapter, and of course, he's already really creepy, saying weird shit like, if I were a worse man, you bet your bottom dollar I would do something. He also gets a call from Mirai and is insanely rude for no reason. I'd like her to come home. I can't make her, and she'll probably be angry I'm talking to you, but I want to be there for her. I'm worried everything building up inside of her will eventually spill over. Spill over? Who is this woman? What arrogance to think I can't handle this. I mean, I can't, but she doesn't know that. What the hell? You think you could raise this underage minor that I've known for 3 days and am attracted to better than me? Cool story, babe. Now go make me a sandwich. He also acknowledges that Tiernan is a kid in his own inner thoughts. He says things like, maybe this is exactly what this kid needs. And it's kind of crazy that he just self-reports himself like that. Anyways, Noah takes Tiernan up to the local drugstore, and this is where we meet an op named Cece Diggins. And Cece is basically a jealous girl that feels threatened by Tiernan because A, she's pretty, and B, she's living in the same house as Caleb, who you'll learn she is in love with. And she's especially pissed about this because the Vanderberg's house is in such a high area that it actually gets snowed in for the entirety of the winter, which is around like 3 months, I think. And so the fact that she's the only woman in that house has her like enraged. I mean, I don't know why she feels this way, because this is their cousin. I guess in the end she was right, but I mean, the fact that she's jealous of his cousin leads me to believe that this is normal behavior for the area. But this is when hater number 2, Terrence Halcomb, enters the chat. Noah describes this guy as an up-and-coming motocross star, and this is a man in his early 20s, mind you. Like, there's not a single carny in this town that isn't a fucking freak. Colorado, more like Freaky-rado. But later that night, Tiernan finally meets Caleb in the worst, air quotes, meet cute you could ever imagine. So she hears something in the middle of the night stirring in their basement. So she gets up, creeps over there, opens the door and sees Caleb peeling a deer like it's a orange. He has blood all over him and he's glaring at her menacingly. That is, right before he launches at her, attacks her, and attempts to her. And the only thing that stops him from doing that is Noah coming down and finding this scene. And he immediately goes, dude, she's not a townie. You can't do that. The connotation being that it's okay to do that to the local girls, just not our cousin. And so the tea of it all is that Caleb is 21 years old and he hasn't talked to anybody since he was 4 years old due to mysterious circumstances that no one wants to talk to Tiernan about. Cringe, to be honest. I hate stories where dudes have one really bad thing happen to them and so they get a free pass to be a piece of shit for the rest of their lives. That's just literature reflecting reality though, I guess. She goes to bed after this horrible altercation and wakes up to discover that she's covered in the deer's blood from last night. Very cool and very yeehaw. I love this book. Wow. Tiernan makes breakfast for all four of them, but doesn't say anything about the assault. And to just twist the knife on that whole situation, Caleb ignores her completely and takes the stack of pancakes that she left on the table and distributes them to everyone except for her. And that's basically his attitude for the rest of the book. He goes out of his way to treat her like shit any chance he gets. Another great example of this is when Noah invites her to ride on his bike with him on the trail, and as he's passing Tiernan the helmet, Caleb slaps it out of her hands, and this makes her cry and run away. And Jake, his fucking dad, witnesses this, by the way, and just doesn't say anything. Fucking father of the year over here. Let's all crap on the orphaned girl, like, woo! Everybody get up. And after that bullying incident, she goes to a lake by herself and just swims in there, trying to relax after all these dudes are just so crappy to her. But unfortunately, Terrence Halcomb has been stalking her ever since their first interaction. So he shows up and he gets in the lake and starts hitting on her like, hey mamas. She rejects him, but he grabs her and tries to kiss her. Like I said, every single carny in this town is uncivilized. Right as this is about to happen though, Caleb and Noah show up on their bikes to her rescue, and Caleb just straight up pulls a Glock out of his pants. What's happening? Why do you have that? But this allows for Tiernan and Noah to bicycle away. But not before Terrence ominously says, see you again. When Caleb gets back to the house, he has very clearly been beaten to a bloody pulp. Tiernan rightfully confronts him and is like, you didn't do that for my honor. You did that just because you're a hothead. You don't actually care about me. You just wanted to start beef with that freaking guy. But Jake can't handle this. He can't handle this stupid little boy getting any kind of feedback. And so he loses his mind and he goes on this absolutely cruel rant to Tiernan where he's just calling her a spoiled brat, calling her lazy, she's selfish, her life is sad and hollow. Like so many things just out of pocket and unwarranted. And so she runs to her room crying, right? And a couple hours later, someone mysteriously leaves a bag of candy at her door. And there's a little note attached to it that says, your parents never gave you anything sweet, and that's why you aren't. I literally don't understand in what world, universe, continent this is an apology, but okay. And it isn't stated who left this mess of an apology there, but it's alluded later on that it was Caleb. And speaking of apologies, the next day, Jake gives a very half-assed one. Like the only thing that he says to Tiernan is, you're not alone. Everyone's going through something, Tiernan. I'm sorry. Did your parents just commit together and not leave you a note? Because if they didn't, then get in your car and floor it off of the Grand Canyon. I don't want to hear, I don't want to hear any of this. You are not the same. But aside from his air quotes apology, he ends up dumping some lore on us that is essential to understanding why he is a piece of shit. So here's what we learned. First, that Noah and Caleb's mom is in prison. Number two, that Jake grew up under the rich conditions, very similar to Tiernan, of course, because he's her uncle. It kind of makes sense that they both grew up rich. Hello, it's the same family. But he grew to resent that lifestyle after something very traumatic happened to them. So here's where it gets juicy and convoluted. When Jake was 18 years old, he met the love of his life, and her name was Flora. And she was a Mexican immigrant, and her family did not have very much money. This was to the dismay of his family because they're all rich and uppity. And his stepbrother, aka Tiernan's dad, had started this relationship with Tiernan's mom, who was this rising starlet. Like, she was getting famous, she was getting rich. And so the whole family, including them, formulated this plan that, by the way, I'm so sorry that I keep calling Tiernan's mom and dad just Tiernan's mom and Tiernan's dad. I tried to look back a bunch of times. I can't remember what their names were. But anyways, Tiernan's mom and dad have this plan to get Flora drunk as hell and then put her in Tiernan's dad's bed so that when she wakes up, she thinks that they slept together and that she's cheated on Jake. So they do this little plan, and Flora is so humiliated and ashamed that she flees town. And Jake's family then pays her $50,000 to never show up ever again. Now, from Tiernan's point of view, when she hears this, she's confused why her mom would participate in this whole thing, because she also grew up poor. And like, I was hoping at some point or at the end of the book there would be some kind of revelation about this, like, oh, like her mom wasn't actually involved in this, or just something would happen with that, but it never does. This never gets brought up again. Real missed opportunity. But anyways, so Jake goes on to say that he went looking for Flora and he found her in some apartment in San Francisco. By the way, San Francisco's a very expensive place to live. Like, Flora was kind of low-key balling for a second there. But anyways, he shows up, okay? She answers the door. She can't even look at him in the eye. She's so ashamed that she's cheated on him. And so Jake leaves, I guess. And then the next day, he finds out through a phone call from her sister that Flora has killed herself. And the bottom line is that his tattoo that says, "My Mexico," is in dedication to her. And as a Mexican myself, I would find this tattoo to be very odd. Like, I would find it very, very odd if somebody got this for me. In the following chapter, we get some more insight into Tiernan's like state of mind throughout her troubled childhood, and she details an incident where she actually tried to kill herself by walking into the ocean with a book bag filled with books and trying to get herself to sink. And that's messed up, obviously, but Noah's reaction in his mind is to instantly sexualize her. He's like, what if I had sex with my cousin just once? Just, would it really be that bad? Moving on though, we're gonna skip ahead multiple chapters because this book is over 500 pages long, which is way too many pages for what it is. But Tiernan goes swimming in this cove with all three of the Vanderberg boys, and she swims up to a little cave, and she hears like a woman screaming in there and saying like, no! And approaching a little closer, she realizes that this person is CC Diggins. She swims out, and Tiernan's like, whoa, what did Caleb do to CC Diggins? Tiernan doesn't tell anybody about this incident, but it's very obvious that something happened there, and like, are we surprised by that? I actually think it's really, really interesting that CC Diggins is considered a villain in this book, but Jake, Noah, or Caleb aren't. Tiernan and Jake's relationship escalates once again, unfortunately, to another new too inappropriate level. One night when the boys are upstairs having sex with townies, as they call them, Tiernan's down in the kitchen. She's minding her own business. She's making some girl dinner, eggs in a pan at 9 p.m. in your underwear type beat. And she's completely unaware that Jake, nasty old little Jake, is in the shadows watching her like, ooh, ooh. Once she notices him, she's like, hey, because, you know, it's not her job not to flirt with him, okay? She's the minor. And Jake starts asking her some severely creepy dementia, amnesia, bed rot, crock pot, pee-pee poop. What am I saying? And Jake starts asking her some severely creepy stuff like, have you ever been kissed before? And have you ever had a man in your bed before? And this tension between them is building, and they start making out. Jake starts running from first base to second base to third base. He's trying to like take it there with his freaking niece, like, ew. But right as they're about to take it even further, he goes, wait, no, I couldn't possibly. And his reasoning for this is that if they were to have sex right now, it would be because Tiernan's acting out since her parents died and she just wants anyone to love her. I'm lonely and an emotionally stunted child. And you're the first woman I've been around long enough to get connected to in the past 20 years. He stands up straight, running a hand through his hair. And you're just a neglected orphan, desperate for attention. That's all this is. Way to try to take the blame off of you and treat this as if you guys are both on equal footing and both adults. But this shitty explanation clearly worked on her because 10 pages later, she says, we're both lonely and we acted out. I need family more than I need sex. And going through with what we were doing last night would have complicated everything. He was right to stop it. The whole we're both this and we're both that, like, go ahead and subtract yourself from that, honey, because this guy is way too old to be making excuses for this. But something else you really need to know is that Noah and Caleb are both insanely rude, like individually, but together they create a cataclysmic freaky quake. Like, not even something as benign as ordering cheeseburgers with them can just be normal and non-toxic. Like, they're about as non-toxic as asbestos. Because when they pull up to this drive-thru, let's just say it's fucking Whataburger because I hate Whataburger. They do a spiritual attack on this Whataburger employee, all just because she tries to talk to Caleb. She says, just so you know, your offer still stands. She's looking at Caleb and she hands Noah the bags of food. You sure you don't want to tuck me away up to the peak with the rest of the necessities you need for winter? I could keep you warm. And in response, Noah says, yeah, only if he puts you back in the pantry the other 23 hours of the day that he's not using you. She rightfully throws a drink in Noah's face, and they make a speedy getaway that's supposed to be so fun and silly. But like, no, you should eat dirt and worms for breakfast. Why would him being rude as fuck to a minimum wage worker be depicted as like charming and quirky? Moving on though, Tiernan's 18th birthday comes up and a plethora of important things happen. Well, important is a strong word for this, but you do need to know it, so listen up, class. They go out to a birthday dinner. Let's just say it's Fuddruckers, because that sounds like a very Colorado-coded restaurant. And they're sitting in their booth, they're waiting to order some food. Meanwhile, Tiernan is going through the pictures on her phone, and she stumbles across one of her in Vanity Fair. Now, this Vanity Fair picture is very provocative, especially for the age that she had to have taken it at. Like, she's in a push-up bra. The spread that this was included in was supposed to be about the lives of celebrity children. And while it's not hard to believe at all that a big publication would put out a gross picture of a minor, it's a little bit shocking reading this from Penelope Douglas, because I thought she would at least draw the line at sexualizing a 17-year-old. But she's like, nah, 16 would be very cool and interesting as well. But anyways, Noah sees this picture and he rips her phone out of her hands. And he's like, do you want to look stuffy like this on our website? To provide some context for that, the Vanderburg business is fixing up motocross bikes. I haven't mentioned it because 99% of the time it's irrelevant. But just keep that in mind because it does come up one more time. When Noah suggests this, of course Tiernan's like, shut up, come on. But he keeps pressuring her and he says things like, come on, what do all the other shops have that we don't? Some things you can look at. And Tiernan in her mind is like, should I? Other than that, Caleb actually does something nice for once. Not that it matters, but he gives her a handmade brown belt with intricate carvings on it. And Tiernan actually ends up hyper-fixating on this and being like, wow, this is so thoughtful. I can't believe he spent so many hours on this just for me. Tiernan, stop. Get behind me right now. After dinner, they head over to a bar and Jake tells the bartender to serve Tiernan even though she's underage. Because fuck it, why not? Let's add to the growing list of crimes, please. But Tiernan goes off, she starts doing her own thing. She's dancing in a crowd of girls, having fun, getting a little silly and drunk. Meanwhile, all three of the Vanderburg boys, the Dark Triad, have you, are staring at her with their mouths agape, and their eyes popping out of their head with cards like a cartoon. Wooga! Cousin Love the house boots down. But she gets so entranced with having fun and dancing with these girls that when the song ends, she realizes that she can't see any of the boys anymore, and she's been, in fact, surrounded by ops, including Cece Diggins and Terrence Halka. And this whole ambush is really stupid. But the following discourse is actually really important, so I'm going to read a lot of it to you verbatim. So Cece has her hands around Tiernan's hips, and she's like, what if I told you that Caleb did hit me in the cave that day? Would you still want to spend the winter locked away on the peak with him? I paused, stunned. What? And what if I told you, Cece continues, tracing the spaghetti strap of my dress, that he can't wait to make you bleed too, and he's just biding his time until you have no means of escaping him. And this is Tiernan's inner monologue. She goes, Caleb isn't like that. Yes, he is. But Terrence chimes in and he goes, they warned you about me, didn't they? You should have been warned about them. They only wanted you because you're rich and beautiful. Think about what your money will do for the Vanderburg Extreme and what your body will do in their beds. And now you're 18, Terrence adds. Perfectly legal in all 50 states, just in time for the snow. They don't really like you, Cece tells me. You're useful, just like the rest of us who service them. She rubs circles on my belly as her head remains on my shoulder. And when they fuck you pregnant, they'll control you and your bank account forever. The boys finally realize what's going on at this point, and a huge fight breaks out in the bar. Like, there's glasses breaking, there's pool sticks snapping, you know. All bubble-blowing babies will be beaten senselessly by every abled party in the bar. You know, they grab her, they rush her into the truck. And in the midst of all this, Terrence, Cece, and company start chasing them, and they're like waving their hands in the air like, why I oughta. And Caleb only makes this situation worse by getting in the driver's seat and flooring it so he runs over all of their motocross bikes. The Vanderburg's truck starts speeding away, but Terrence and Cece, plus all of their other little motocross buddies, hurry up to gather their bikes up off of the ground and chase after them on a snowy hill. And what makes matters worse is that they see cop lights joining in on this chase because they're hella speeding. And all of this racing causes their car to fishtail. And I would love to tell you right now that this resulted in a life-altering car accident in which all of them died except for Tiernan. Tiernan, but unfortunately, that is not the case, and they make it home safely. And the Vanderburg boys are like, hip hip hooray, because they live in this rural house where no one, not even the cops, can really get to them right now, so they're pretty much done with it. Got away with it all scotch-free. This same night, though, Jake goes to bed early and some hog wild shit happens. Like, how do I even delicately put this on godsyoutube.com? I'm just gonna say it. Basically, Caleb and Noah start watching porn together in the living room of all places, by the way, and jerking it. They're not beating the incest allegations anytime soon. And to make matters worse for me, the reader, Tiernan also starts jerking it. And by the way, the porn that they're watching is sexy cop related. Can I get a bleh, ladies? Bleh? I would literally rather project images of my butthole onto the Empire State Building than watch porn about cops. Anyways, though, eventually Noah starts fingering her and doing other little things on her. Meanwhile, Caleb is just standing there ominously watching them. And Noah warns her that he's gonna get her you know what, and Caleb is gonna get her butt. Which, under no circumstances are these words that you want to hear unless you're on the operating table with Dr. Miami. But just as they're about to take it further, Jake comes downstairs and is like, hey, what are you doing? And Noah's response to this is, nothing she doesn't want. Yikes, guys. I am so scared. Am I shit posting on Maine right now by posting about this book? And in case you're wondering, from Tiernan's point of view, she's thinking, given our familial ties, this is wrong. I can see how people might think this is wrong. Oh, really? You could see how people might? They might think it's wrong. Oh, I'm glad we could all see that. But Jake is yelling at her about this. He's like, what would have happened if I didn't come down? What did you want to happen? And Tiernan says she wanted everything to happen because she's feeling very overwhelmed by how all three of them have been looking at her like goo goo gaga this whole week. I mean, my brother in Christ, Jake, this is the environment that you fostered. But to punish her for having the audacity of being taken advantage by a different family member, Jake starts spanking her. And there's nothing else of value to say about this, so next chapter. This one is from Jake's point of view, and he's shamelessly jealous of his sons for making moves on his niece, both internally and externally. They don't love her. Sure, they're attracted to her, probably more than any woman, but Noah isn't serious about anything, and Caleb doesn't let anybody in. Really loving this familial love triangle. I'm really proud of humanity right now. But all four of them end up going hunting, of course, because there's a very limited amount of time before the snow reaches maximum cockiness, and they have to have enough protein to last all winter. They're not like you, where they can just drink caramel macchiatos and avocado toast and Senorita Awesome.
Senorita Awesome.
The boys are both very much used to this, but for some reason, Jake specifically pressures Tiernan into killing a deer herself, despite her crying and expressing that she definitely does not want to kill anything. I wonder why this teenager wouldn't want to be confronted with death. I really do wonder. But after enough coaxing, she finally does end up pulling the trigger, so Noah and Caleb go out into the forest to find this deer and pick him up. Meanwhile, Tiernan and Jake start getting in a fight because she only did that to impress him, like she truly did not want to kill that deer, and so she ends up saying she hates him. My parents sent me to you because they hated me. They wanted me to suffer, and you were the worst that they could do to me. And in response, Jake says, maybe they felt bad about what they took from me, so they gave me you. I grip the back of her scalp and I pull her up to my mouth. A payment of their debt. That's what you are, Tiernan. A payment. The connotation being that her parents donated her for him to... So, to my reading displeasure, they start making out and grinding against each other. And when they hear the boys coming back with the deer, he's like, hurry up, get in the truck. And like, he's all disheveled looking. And so he's like, hey, how about you guys take that deer, put it into your truck, take it home, start the deboning process, take your time, okay? And me and Tiernan will be right behind you, okay? We're gonna be there. Trust. You don't have to look. You don't have to check if we are arriving at the same time. We will. Don't worry about it. And so the boys drive away, and what follows is the most porn-rotted shit I've ever read. And before I proceed, I really need you guys to know my stance on something. So listen up, class. If you watch Barely Legal as an adult, I literally think you should get the guillotine. I literally think you should get chop. And this is basically the fictitious literature version of that. Like, I just really think that we as a society should desexualize minors and 18-year-olds, and stuff like this really isn't helping. In my opinion, don't come for me in the comments. You're only gonna make yourself look yucky. Because this whole thing is so creepy. Penelope Douglas literally writes about how Tiernan's hair is in pigtails. Like, first of all, red fucking flag. If the author goes out of their way to write that, just red flag. And it's not even just that. Like, Penelope writes about how her chip hasn't been broken yet. And there's even some text later on in the book that is just, let me just read it to you. Nothing can really prepare you for this line, so I'm just gonna go ahead and go for it. If he weren't looking at a woman's body, he might think a child was speaking to him with how innocent and sweet she sounded. It's all just very suspicious. I feel like as a writer and a reader alike, if your fantasy couldn't survive the protagonist being 1 year younger, it's time to pack it up. I don't have much more to say about this car scene with Jake other than, you know, he's a creep and he literally brings up her dead parents while they're having sex. He's like, oh, they left me a nice piece of ass. Like, excuse? Oh yeah, and on top of it all, he doesn't use protection. Like, not him being the most diabolical unk of history. But in the following chapter, they drive back to the house, and Jake starts rationalizing what he's done by saying, well, at least she didn't lose her virginity to Terrence Malcolm or some other boy that doesn't even care about her. Do you really care about her, Jake? Tiernan, unfortunately, seems to think so, because she thanks him for being so nice and making everything so perfect, which perfect is a strong word when you're talking about having sex in a crusty truck that smells like Cool Ranch Doritos and feet, probably. But they finally open up the front door of the house, they walk in, and it's immediately very clear to Noah and Caleb that the two of them just screwed. Like, her shirt is partially unbuttoned and his is fully unbuttoned. Their hair is all messed up. So there's really no denying it, and Jake simply says, I messed up. Oh my god, it's so bad that it's almost funny. Tiernan awkwardly goes up to her room, and then the three of them proceed to argue over who deserves Tiernan the most. I know I fucked up. Noah says, and if I want her too, you don't want her. I shake my head, tossing the towel. You're latching on to anything that will hold you here. And you're not gonna marry her and keep her here, have babies and all that shit. She's leaving in the spring, going to college and moving on with her life. I might leave with her. I'm not sharing a woman with my two sons. How convenient, he spits back. After you took her away from us the other night, we had her first. No, you didn't. The night of the last race when you both were upstairs with who knows who. We were down here in the kitchen. I didn't go far, but something started that night. Caleb had already been on her out here the night when you came home from the cabin weeks ago, Noah retorts. Noah then goes on to confess that he actually likes Tiernan for more than just reasons, albeit very arbitrary ones. So I like her. There are times when I just want to be close to her. They eventually conclude this discussion with the agreement that Tiernan can make any decisions that she wants, and whoever she chooses, they'll just have to roll with that. Jake then goes upstairs to check on her, quote, I just want to make sure she's all right. If she's crying, I'll fucking myself. No comment, but he goes up there. She's fine, and they end up having sex again. She wakes up the next morning and finds Jake in the bathroom staring at his My Mexico tattoo. Tiernan asks if he's thinking about her, as in Flora, and then there's this fake deep moment where Jake talks about how he's never told anybody about Flora before. I've never really talked about her, he says in almost a whisper, to anyone but you. It's definitely interesting that this guy's using his barely legal niece to get over the grief of his girlfriend from 20 years ago. There's definitely a word for that. Pathetic. There, it would be that one. And it's just so creepy. Like, they literally role play for a little bit that she is Flora, but then he's like, I could never pretend you were anyone other than you. But then goes on to say, you remind me so much of her. Like, ooh. This definitely should have been a psychological thriller where she manipulates Terrence and Cece into murdering all three of them. Please, I need to be somebody's ghostwriter stat. Are you kidding me? He finishes saying all of his fake romantic bullshit. She goes out into the hallway. She's holding her wet clothes in her hands. When she sees like a little cloud of smoke in the house, she's like, ooh, what's that? And in the darkness, in the shadows, mind you, there's Caleb just sitting there ominously, clearly having listened in on her having his dad. And she just says, what? Caleb. And in response, he gets up and he corners her. She tries to move in the direction of her room, but he shoots out his arm and blocks her, which causes her wet clothes and underwear to fall to the floor, which Caleb immediately tries to grab the underwear and he starts rubbing it around in his hand. But when Tiernan snatches it back, it causes it to rip. And that pisses off Caleb so bad that he punches a hole in the wall right next to her head. He then pushes her into the room and shoves her down onto her bed and writes slut on her forehead in Sharpie and then spits on her and leaves. But he made her a belt for her birthday, so he's thoughtful and has redeeming qualities. At breakfast, Tiernan and Noah get into a sexually charged tickle fight at the breakfast table. Why did I read this? Oh my god. Noah starts singing. All play and no work makes me have a new toy. I don't know how the he sang it. Okay, I wasn't even gonna try to do a good job. This is just so cringe. I'm actually revoking what I said earlier about Penelope Douglas secretly hiding that she might be a good writer. But this tickle fight nonsense pisses off Caleb. I mean, what doesn't, right? And he flings applesauce onto Tiernan's face. Very charming stuff. He then storms out of the house and we get yet another wonderful fake deep line from Tiernan. I'll never understand why it happened with Jake or why it could have happened with Noah. Something about this house, these people, lend credence every day to what I always knew I needed. Not a guy, just a place. Somewhere or someone to feel like home. Oh my god, she said credence, she said the thing, she said the thing. Later that day, she unfortunately has another interaction with Caleb. This time it's in the barn. And here, he's chopping up a deer with an axe. He's covered in blood. And when he sees Tiernan, he sticks his fingers in his mouth, eating the blood? The deer's blood? I'm curious if people actually find this attractive, or I'm just not straight enough to understand it. The next day, Noah shows Tiernan some old furniture that they have in their basement, and she's super stoked about it. She's like, you know what? I'm gonna start a new hobby. I'm gonna refurbish some furniture. I'm gonna paint it. I'm gonna sand it down. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be my new thing that I do. But out of nowhere, he kind of just starts like insulting her. Daddy didn't love you, so you're mine, so he'll love you. Like, it's literally so incoherent. And then he pivots to confessing his love for her. I wanted to be there with you, he whispers. I was gonna make love to you. I was gonna make love to you. He's referring to the time that he tried to eat her out in front of his brother, and also, by the way, I was gonna make love to you in front of my brother. Fuck. This causes Tiernan to reconsider her life and be like, maybe Noah is the right guy for me. Maybe I've gotten it all wrong. And so they start making out, kissing. Noah gets his freaking wiener out, and they almost have sex. He's like, let me into your bed tonight, Tiernan. He won't find out. He'll never know. And then she goes upstairs and actually has sex with Jake, leaving him alone in the garage with his peanuts in his hands. The following morning, Tiernan goes to the kitchen and she's working on some of these sketches of how she wants to refurbish different pieces of furniture, and she's just minding her own business, sketching, when Caleb comes downstairs, and she immediately is like, oh, like, what is he gonna do? Like, he's gonna do something, right? But he actually just stands there in silence, so she starts talking to him, and she explains how she hasn't done anything artistic like this since she was a kid because her parents were never proud of her, so she just, like, gave up on doing anything like that. And he comes up to her and actually hugs her, and in her inner monologue, she thinks to herself, I feel safe. How? The next day, Jake heads out on a 4-day fishing trip up in their log cabin that they have a few miles away. The reason being that he wants to collect as many fish as possible before burping. The storm comes, the snowmageddon happens. Which, by the way, for them saying you can't do shit in the snow, they sure have been doing a lot of shit in the snow. So Jake leaves. Meanwhile, Tiernan starts doing her laundry, and she's folding up her clothes when she realizes that a bunch of pairs of her underwear are missing. And she's like, OMG, who took these? Should I check Caleb's room? Caleb wouldn't have done this. Just another instance of a character forgetting what...
Collect bound rogue Echelon agent activated sonar goggles. I have intel on a new enemy hotshot. Check your ops map.
Twice next time.
Enemy hotshot is active. Neutralize immediately. New hotshot is a Tango. Sending coordinates.
Gathering intel!
You're transmitting great info. This is how wars are won. I have intel on a new enemy hotshot. Check your OPSAT. Mission wrapping up. If only I could push some last-minute bulletproof tactics to your OPSAT. A teammate became the hotshot. Provide covering fire.
Can anyone provide first aid?
New hotshot is a Tango. Sending coordinates. I think we all see where this is heading. Time to think about extraction options. Don't make this a habit, Agent. Grab the most bounties to become the hotshot. You'll be about as stealthy as a mariachi band, but the performance boost is worth it. I have intel on a new enemy hotshot. Check your OPSAT.
Gathering intel.
Loading ammo.
Scanning for hostiles.
Tango's when a new hotshot is a friendly. Cover them. New hotshot is a Tango. Sending coordinates. New friendly hotshot detected. Pushing location to your offset. Rogue Echelon agent activated sonar goggles. New friendly hotshot detected. Pushing location to your offset. This'll be a fun report to write. domination. I'll tag 3 objectives on your OPSAT. Assault them at your discretion. Three, 2, 1. Your mission is to secure the capture zones. Team capturing Zone C.
Changing mags.
Capture zone secured.
New mag.
I'm detecting hostiles on Zone C. Friendly's going for Zone B. All zones in enemy hands. Take them back. You're down, but never out, Agent. You got this.
Scanning for hostiles.
You're transmitting great intel. This is how wars are won. Capture zone contested.
I need a medic.
Hostile suppressed. I'm detecting hostiles on Zone C.
Scanning for hostiles.
Friendly's going for Zone B. Hostiles hold all capture zones. Start making some noise, Agent. Team capturing Zone C. Capture zone contested.
Didn't lose it.
Gathering intel.
Heads up. I'm detecting our sonar tech on enemy hands. They're on Zone C.
Swapping mags. Cover me. Gathering intel. Scanning for hostiles.
Professional courtesy. Zone compromised. Allies on B. Hostiles are winning, Agent. Take the zone, keep the zones. You know the mission.
Scanning for hostiles.
I think we all see where this is heading. Time to think about extraction options. It's a habit, Agent.
Colleen Ballinger. Who isn't talking about this wumpy, yumpy, dumpy, pumpy, Fumpy. We got Nick. We got Gabby. We even got Jake Doolittle, the guy who talks to animals. But I'm not here to talk about the dumpster fire that was Colleen's apology, nor am I here to bash anyone for capitalizing off of her demise. In fact, you know, get that fatty bag. No, see, I do things a little differently here at Andy King Incorporated. When you give me a trending topic, I say, no. Too relevant. Because who would I be if I just sat here and talked about her playing the ukulele for 20 minutes, you know? Well, probably a couple $1,000s richer, let's be real. But today we're talking about Haters Back Off, a show created by Colleen Ballinger revolving around her character Miranda Sings. And guess what? It has 2 seasons. There have been a few articles and tweets that have come out about the production of the show, talking about how she stripped down an Asian grocery store.
It was called The Trial of the Century, a gruesome double murder case, an attractive and wealthy defendant with a dream team of lawyers, and a media spectacle that built around the case for months. The prosecution had a hell of an uphill climb to prove their case. Yes, other defendants had been put away for much less evidence, but the crime scene had been mishandled, possibly even tampered with by police. There was also the matter of the missing bloody clothing and the murder weapon. But still,
Domination. This op's a bit raucous for the Echelon playbook, but I'm sure you'll manage. Three, 2, 1. Secure those capture zones, Agent. Team capturing Zone C. Zone secured. Friendly's going for Zone B. Capture zone contested. never out, Agent. You got this.
Enemies are going for C. That was self-defense.
Go for the face! Loading ammo.
Capture zone contested. Team capturing Zone A.
We're moving on Zone B. Zone C in trouble.
Reloading.
Shield up.
Capture zone contested. Enemies on B. Light them up. Enemy spy has a lock on your position.
Shield up.
Compromise.
It's the best.
Enemy network. Gathering intel.
Gathering intel.
Take the zones, keep the zones. You know the mission. About to lose B. Zone compromised. Our side is succeeding. Maintain these tactics.
Gathering intel.
scope. Really coming out of the woodwork. Zone compromised. Zone B compromised. Rogue Echelon agent activated sonar goggles. You're about to win this, agent. Stay focused. Zone compromised.
Can anyone provide?
He's going for B.
Flash out!
Revealing enemies.
About to lose B. The brass will never say it, so I will. Good job, agent.
Osama Bong Laden.
There was only one known person with the means and the motive to kill that particular couple on what had been an otherwise peaceful summer day: the defendant. What a
Secure the
shock
capture
then,
zone. I'll
when the
keep you
jury
apprised of
returned
its
their
location.
verdict in
Allies on
somewhat
the zone.
unseemly
The zone's
haste.
in danger.
Lizzie Andrew Borden was found not guilty of double
Capture zone
homicide, and the
contested.
trial of the 19th century was brought to a dramatic close. When the next trial of the century came along in early 1995, the details of the O.J. Simpson case would be eerily similar to that of the Borden murders 103 years previously, including the fact that after their respective acquittals, Borden and Simpson remain the prime suspects for the murders of Andrew
We're
and
locking
Abby
down the
Borden
zone.
and Nicole Simpson and Ron Goldman, respectively. And much of the public remains convinced of their guilt. Welcome back to Respect the Dead.
Capture zone is
podcast where we
moving.
don't.
Sending new location to your OPSAT now.
It's no surprise that everybody celebrated your demise, and now worms are eating your eyes. Don't you worry, you're rocking ahead as you
Reloading.
sleep in your sodden bed. It's time to respect the dead. It's time to respect the dead. It's time to respect the
hostiles.
Hope you
So
like
excited.
Yeah. So I'm Hoots.
I'm Killen. And I didn't know a switch up was coming.
Yeah. Well, we're not going to talk about Lizzie Borden
Capture zone is
anymore. I just
moving.
wanted to do that as a cute little intro.
No, I know. We were just using her.
We were
Zone
just
under
using her.
assault.
And now she's used. Just like an old dried up corpse that we drag out of the closet every once in a while. Set her up on my
Just
knee.
shake out on camera.
This is part 2
We're on the
of
zone.
O.J. Simpson. This is the part with the murder and the trial and the aftermath. If you want to go listen to part 1, you should go do that. If not, it's your life. I'm not going to tell you what to do. You can do it in whatever order you want.
I can't tell you what to do, but I will say that it's a little bit stupid. But
It's weird if you don't, but like, I don't care what you do
It's
in the
okay.
privacy of your own home.
yeah, exactly. It's weird, it's disgusting, but it's Pride Month, and you can do whatever weird and disgusting things you want to do in private.
That's right.
We're on the zone.
As long as you keep it in the privacy of your own
Capture
home.
zone is moving.
Absolutely.
Sending
I don't want you
location
watching
to your
OJ
OPSAT now.
Part 2 in front of kids.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to explain to my children? Orenthal James Simpson.
Okay, Orenthal. Like,
Our daddy Orenthal. Nope. No,
no. Orenthal's daddy was the daddy we liked.
Yeah. Oh my God, Pride Month. Proud of Orenthal's daddy.
Yeah. For leaving that little murderer and becoming a drag queen.
It's part 2 and I've already forgotten his dad's name, but what an icon.
We're on the zone.
So let's rewind to a little bit before June 12th, 1994 and discuss Rodney King. Like, what, if anything, do you know about Rodney King and the riots?
I don't know where Canada is.
Okay, cool.
Your
So this is like,
I mean, I know things in passing. And
it's a
I
name
know-
you recognize. It's a brand.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I both know Rodney King and the riots.
The zone's in
but
danger.
Not enough to say anything specific about them. So.
Right.
That's why you're here.
That's why I'm here, and that's what I'm gonna explain to you. Oh my God, it was just like, I got a sunburn this week, and it was just scratching me with my death.
Scanning for hostiles.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm starting to peel now.
That happened to my best friend. Death becomes
We're on
her.
the zone.
Oh my God, I'm just like her.
First aid.
Death becomes me. Yeah. so
Okay,
if I
Death
start-
Becomes Her should have been the name of this podcast. What the fuck?
God damn it. It is our unofficial favorite podcast. We've definitely watched it.
That's true.
Capture zone is moving.
Like
Sending new
after
location to your OPSAT now. Zone under assault.
Anyway, if you see like parts of my face start to fall off, it's just because I had a sunburn. I'm fine. The syphilis is totally under control.
Gathering intel.
So Rodney King was a black man who was on parole for robbery during the LAPD attempted to pull him over, and he kind of led them on a little bit of a chase for a while before they finally caught up to him, and he did get pulled over. They later, after everything happened, charged him with driving under the influence.
Zone under assault.
But I honestly, I don't, like maybe he was under the influence while he was driving. I don't think they pulled him over because he was driving erratically. I think they just tailed him because they're the
Capture zone
LAPD
contested.
and
We're locking down the zone.
guy who was out on parole, you know.
Yeah. I think you should be able to give a little chase. Do you know what I mean?
Capture zone is moving.
Like,
It's
I think if the
fine.
police are trying to pull you over, you should be like, if you could get away, I think that counts.
Revealing
Like, I think
enemies.
Right.
that's fine.
They
Like,
let you.
yeah, well, like they don't have to give you like a head start or whatever.
No.
But yeah, if you can get away and they don't touch you right away, then I think they should have to let it go.
So Ellie in particular
We're locking down the
fucking
zone.
loves car chases. Like we are, I believe we are where helicopter news footage of car chases started. Like we started that trend. But we fucking love it. There was like definitely one day when I was at work and I was texting you guys in the group chat and I was like, oh, there's a car chase at work, so everyone in my break was watching it. Everybody dropped everything.
So
we were like,
cute.
car chase. Yeah, we love car chases, and
it's fun.
Everybody's always rooting for the person to get away. Like nobody is like, I can't wait till the police catch them. Everybody's like, ooh, this the one where the car chase.
They're like, oh, I hope the cops get him. And I'm like, no, let him cook. Let him cook. Right?
Fun.
Meanwhile, he has like a woman in his trunk or whatever, and we're like, yay!
Get away, sweetie! Yes, go off, kid. Yeah, all of this is super relevant for later in this episode. But yeah, so he was like the focus
I'm so
of like.
excited for that.
I know. He was the focus of like a little teeny, like not even that significant car chase. And then they like caught up to him. And when they got him out of the car, a whole bunch of police officers just started beating the.
We're locking down the zone.
He's alive. He's alive and he's an activist today. They didn't kill him, but he has permanent brain. And
oh my god, same.
Capture zone is moving.
Oh my god!
Capture
Oh my
zone
god! You
contested.
have so much in common. It wasn't the police with you, though, was it?
No. Well, I don't. They didn't. It was 3 white men, so it's possible. But
The zone's in danger.
As we know, and as like people in, at least black people in 1992 knew, LAPD officers beating the shit out of black people is something that happens all the time. What made Rodney King significant was this.
We're on the zone.
Caught it on video. Nowadays, we're all walking around with cameras in our
Revealing
pockets.
enemies.
Back then, they weren't. So like, black people in like historically black neighborhoods were like, the police are always harassing us. They're always beating us, and nobody believed them. And then
white people are like, I never see that in my neighborhood.
Yeah. Beverly Hills.
I don't know. It seems like they're making a big deal out of nothing. I've never seen that happen in Laguna Beach.
Stay focused.
Yes.
You haven't won yet.
Literally
Although
this.
you're about
And
to
then
be hit by a
for the
wild
very
card.
some
We're locking down the
person
zone.
happened to have
The zone's in
a
danger.
camera and filmed this, and the entire nation was outraged, including all the white people. You know.
Wow.
Very often when it comes to media,
Maybe
it's
not
the only
all
people
of
who
them.
count. Not all of them. Some of them were a little.
Capture zone contested.
This is what like it gets media attention. It's like suddenly white people are like, I think that's a little overblown. That's a little out of pocket.
He was just driving real fast away from you, as we all want to do when we see the cops. Yeah.
So this all happened in March of 1991. And it was shot. The trial was in.
We're locking down the zone.
So it's in March of 1991.
Mission accomplished.
And it was literally a video of a whole gang of cops kicking and beating a man who was curled up on the ground with batons. Yeah, like, and it's like it's
like one hit with that can really fuck you up.
can kill. He has permanent brain damage. It was.
It's like sounds like it's a miracle he's alive.
Yes. It was a bunch of guys with batons. That same month, March of 1991, a Korean convenience store owner named Soon Ja-do shot and killed a 14-year-old girl named Latasha Harlins. And once again, there is video. This time it was security cam footage. So Soon Ja-do would claim that Latasha was trying to steal orange juice, which is, I mean, obviously a capital offense. Obviously capital offense. But in the footage, you see Latasha come up to the counter to pay for the orange juice, and then the two get into some kind of an argument. Like, Ja-do grabs her arm and she yanks it away, and Latasha turns and starts walking away, and then Ja-do pulls a gun out and shoots her in the back of the head.
So an
Latasha-
execution.
An execution of a child walking away. Latasha was clutching the money to pay for the orange juice in her hand when she died. So police and EMT show up, and there's literally a corpse clutching cash and this this bitch is like, she was trying to steal orange juice. Soon Jadu is arrested and charged with the killing of Latasha Harlins, and 4 LAPD officers are arrested and charged in the Rodney King beating. Jadu's trial comes first, and in November of 1991, she is found guilty of
I'll take
voluntary
3 objectives on
manslaughter,
your offset.
and she is
Assault them at your
sentenced
discretion.
to 5 years probation. She has time served. She's not going to jail.
3.
She's on probation
Your
for the
mission
summary
is to secure the
execution
capture zone.
of a child.
Why was it
Team capturing zone C.
manslaughter?
I don't know why it was voluntary manslaughter in the first place. Like, I don't know why that was what
Zone secured.
the state
Capture zone contested.
I've like never seen a more like cut and dry case of
second-degree murder.
like, yeah, like
going for
money in
zone B.
hand.
And the security camera footage
Yeah.
of the altercation and of walking away. Because even
I mean, the answer is she was black, right?
That's
like,
it. That's 100% it. It was Latasha Harlins.
Like, there's like literally no possible explanation. There's like she obviously wasn't like feeling threatened because she was walking away. Like,
yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Even if Latasha had been the aggressor in that interaction, it doesn't
you
matter.
still don't
She
get
was
to
walking
fucking
away.
execute someone.
She was walking away.
Yeah.
And she was, again, I have to say this, she was a child. She was 14 years old. She was a fucking, like, I don't know if she was in 8th grade or 9th grade, but one of the two. She was either in her last year of middle school or her first year. Like, that is a big deal.
But black people don't get to be children.
But black people don't get to be children. Black people
A
do not deserve
13-year-old
value.
black boy he's a young man. Whereas like a 19-year-old fucking lacrosse rapist is like a young boy with his whole future. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. There's like so much left to this and we're so mad.
I know.
Go on.
I know. I mean, like, there, if it piques your interest, there is so much material out there about specifically these 2 cases and the other riots that followed. And it is fascinating and infuriating. And it's so important, I think, to understand not just everything kind of about modern American politics, but also like the city of LA. Like, I live in a powder keg. And every few years it bursts because of these constant injustices. Like, Latasha isn't the only one as well, you know?
Obviously, yeah.
It was just like, this happened to be a case that, like, the footage speaks for itself.
Yeah.
It's outrageous. And it happened to happen at the exact same time that there was a high-profile LAPD beating in the same area. So this is why it turned into a powder keg. So then, in April of 1992, a jury finds the 4 LAPD officers, Stacy Kuhn, Theodore Briseño, Timothy Wind, and Lawrence Powell, not guilty in the beating of
Yeah. Not guilty.
They were doing it on camera!
Like, you know, not guilty doesn't mean they didn't do it. Like,
yeah.
It's like, well, they did it, obviously, but they're not, like, guilty of doing it. Okay. Well, I mean, this is the thing. It's like the justice system has done an inquiry into the enforcers of the justice system and found that they enforce the justice system.
Yeah.
Like,
we looked into it. We found out that we are not guilty.
Okay.
And I mean, like, I'm sure. I don't care. I'm trying to like make it make sense in my mind.
It's racism is the thing that makes it make
illogical.
sense.
Yeah.
Like,
it's just that. So just like the Watts riots, the Watts uprising 30 years earlier, the black community in South Central LA is like, fuck this. There will never be any justice in the city that clearly, like, fundamentally views black people as what's going to go down. And it basically ends up being the Watts uprising, but within the city. So the riots lasted for 6 days. There was over $1 billion in property damage, 12,000 arrests, and 68 people died. So
Okay,
it's,
that's nice.
yeah, less nice. The arrests and the death. I believe I said it in the last episode, but the Watts uprising, I think, was like 30 something people. So it's literally like plus 30 years.
Yeah.
Just more dead. As soon as the riots started breaking out, a lot of the live media coverage on the scene was broadcast by a helicopter pilot reporter, Zoe Tour, who would actually end up being the reporter following the O.J. Simpson Bronco chase a couple years later. Does the name Zoe Tour ring a bell?
No.
So she is the trans woman in that very famous clip with Ben Shapiro constantly calling her sir, and she grabs him by the back of his neck and says, if you keep doing that, you're gonna be in an ambulance. That is Zoe Tour.
Based.
Yeah, she's our problematic queen. I do kind of stan. She is like kind of like the more problematic side of the media though, because she's like a helicopter reporter.
Yeah.
It's a little ambulance chasing, you know.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
So all of this is that I'm summing up in like, you know, a few lines when you could literally dedicate an entire podcast to it, is just important context for the sort of cultural zeitgeist in Los Angeles at the time of the West. Yes, OJ had done a lot of work at the start of his career to distance himself from the Black community, but Black Americans, and I think Americans at large, still assume that the justice system would treat him like a Black man, which is to say that it would treat him as something less than when at the time of being arrested. This is a system which has historically always treated Black victims less seriously and Black defendants more harshly. And, you know, now in 2024, we've got hindsight. Because we've got published confessions and a better understanding of intimate partner violence than people in the 1990s had. But I think it's really important to remember the context that the public lacked then and the context that we tend to forget now. I think that there were a lot more people who were not convicted of guilt before he wrote a book about doing them, you know?
Yeah.
Having said all that up, should we take a little ad break and then when we come back, we'll meet ourselves back on June 12th, 1994?
Oh, good, yeah.
On June 12th, 1994, O.J. and Nicole Simpson's daughter, Sydney, met again. Before June 12th, Faye Resnick, Nicole's friend, had suggested to Nicole that they get out of town and maybe go to Cabo. Things had been so hard for both of them, and they needed to get away. But Nicole needed to be there when her daughter did. So Faye went to rehab, and Nicole went to rehab. The rest of the Browns were there too. Nicole's mother and father and sisters sitting in a cluster of seats in the auditorium called Revere Middle School. OJ showed up late, and no one saved a seat for him. He left partway through the lengthy recital and came back with a bouquet of flowers for Sydney, taking his seat again apart from the Brown family. After the recital, as the home movie played by by the defense showed, OJ greeted each member of the Brown family, except for Nicole. According to OJ, he was invited to dinner at Mezzaluna and declined. According to everyone else who was there, he asked to join the family for dinner, and Nicole said, no, fuck off. You're not part of this family anymore. You're not welcome. When OJ
All very fucking true.
Yes.
Like,
good for you, sweetie. Good for
I know,
her.
I love that.
I wish the story ended there.
This is also the kind of like a very clear demonstration of like, why aren't women more upfront when trying to turn down guys?
Because
like,
they
well,
murder us.
Yeah.
This is it. I mean, this is what people say.
It was a blow
in
to his
response.
ego, right? Like,
Yeah, it was a blow to his ego. This is what people say in response to like the why didn't she ever try to leave? Well, like, first of all, she did. And like, secondly, like when you do stuff like that, usually they come back to your house and kill you later.
yeah.
Like,
what do you mean leave?
But very often.
Leave where?
Yeah,
Like,
go where?
Where was he not going to be able to find her?
Exactly.
Like, especially when he has that much like power and influence and wealth, like.
When OJ got home from the dance recital, he had a voicemail from his girlfriend, Paula Barbieri, telling him that she had had enough of his lying, cheating, and mistreatment of her, and that she was breaking up with him and boarding a plane to Las Vegas to be with Michael Bolton, of all people. Isn't that a weird detail?
The next person I break up with, I am going to leave this exact message.
I'm going to Las Vegas to be with Michael Bolton.
Michael never treats me the way you do.
Goodbye, loser. That's not how she said it. It's actually very sad. She said afterwards that she did the voicemail because every time she tried to do something like that in person, they would manipulate her out of it. Like, this is another like smoking gun. Like, so he gets the ego death of being snubbed by Nicole at the dance recital, and then like when he gets home, his other girlfriend, his insurance policy, has broken up with him and left town.
Yeah.
Nicole and her family had dinner at Mezzaluna, and then Nicole took Sydney and Justin for ice cream at Ben Jerry's. At 9:37 p.m., Nicole's mother, Judy, called Mezzaluna saying she thought she had left her sunglasses at the restaurant. The manager of the restaurant found the glasses, and Ron Goldman, a 25-year-old waiter who was good friends with the Brown family, and especially with Nicole, offered to take them to Nicole's place. This story is just full of so many, like, speaking of Titanic, so many of those Titanic moments when you're just like,
a little nudge, like, could have changed everything.
Judy must have nightmares about this. Like, I know Nicole still would have been dead, but like the whole reason there was a whole second person there is because of the fucking glasses, and that's got to be the kind of thing to keep you up at night for the rest of your life.